Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watch World. If you don't know by now, or you just can't figure it out, it's the show about everything and nothing all at the same time. You just never know what you may or may not get. I appreciate that, Yolanda. I appreciate you checking in, tuning in, no doubt. Terry King, good to see you. Hit Gal, Doc P, Cheryl Rich, if you're still lurking. Hopefully, you got your internet squared away. Man, it was a warm back up again. Definitely felt like summer here again today. I don't know what we topped out at, but it was bubbling and it was boiling. But other than that, pretty good day. Didn't do a whole lot. Just laid around, did nothing. Went and got a few groceries, and that was as far as my outside adventures went for the day. But yeah, I guess being an election year, midterm year, they're gonna definitely not miss an opportunity to throw some distractions, throw some BS out there. I know outages have been an issue or a trending topic for some time now, be it cell phone, home internet, mobile, whatever it may be. But I know here in my area, there was a bunch of people that was reporting their phones wasn't working. They couldn't use their phone even when they connected it to different Wi-Fi sources and different things like that. They still couldn't get any. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't call. They couldn't text. Couldn't get on the internet. I had a friend of mine. He called me yesterday. Uh, Called me from his house phone, which he hardly ever does. So I'm like, damn, what the hell's going on? And was asking me if my phone was working, and I said, well, yeah, you just called me on it. But I don't know. I had the phone laying around for a while. I didn't pay much attention to it for probably most of the day yesterday, but then I checked it. After he had called me, I checked it, and I see where he had sent me a text message talking about a multitude of different outages, different carrier providers. Pretty much the generic text, the generic message. Hey, we're working on it. We'll have it restored as fast as possible. But no, I was out and about for the most part of the day yesterday, so I didn't acknowledge much internet or not any cell phone use at all. Yeah, he called me up and was like, "Hey, wanted to see if my phone and everything was working," and asked me, "Was my internet working?" I said, "Yeah, as far as I know." He said his cell phone wasn't working, his wife's cell phone wasn't working. Their young son, he's got like a cell phone, but it's like super basic. Can't do a whole lot on it. But even his phone wasn't working. Their home internet was down. I guess at some point their home phone came back on. He said it wasn't working at first. He couldn't dial out anyway. And I forget how many people they said was affected just in the my area, the CSRA, Central Savannah River area. They said tens of thousands, and it was across all carriers. Wasn't just one thing specifically. It was T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. Uh, Hell, what's the other ones? Uh, Boost Mobile, Metro, all them different under carriers. Yeah, they were all experiencing stuff. People was freaking out. They couldn't get on Facebook. They couldn't call nobody. Hell, I was just doing my normal Saturday ripping and running. Hell, I didn't even know it. Didn't even know it. Let's see. Blue Butterfly, good to see you. I hope all is well. Yeah, yeah, I saw some of those reports. I seen a local news article from my area yesterday where they talked about. I don't know if they mentioned it earlier in the day, but I guess they did a rehashing, let everybody know what happened, and they said, yeah, at some point the multiple call centers were down. Uh, They said 911 dispatch, but they said multiple call centers. Don't know exactly what that meant. Maybe dispatching, however they do their calls or intake of calls. But I definitely, I guess for whatever way, I guess I was affected. My device was affected, but like I said, I didn't pay it much attention during the first part of the day. I was out and about. I didn't even bring my phone with me. I went to the flea market, did a few things, and I didn't even bring my phone with me. I said, hell, I've made it all the way to Saturday. I'm pulling up to the flea market. If these clowns ain't done told me what they need to tell me by now, it's just gonna have to wait. It's just gonna have to wait. Uh, hadn't really watched much news, I guess, besides that little cell phone outage, internet outage. I don't know how many people was affected or how far it went. I know it was a good portion of Georgia. Seemed like other states was reporting it too. I don't know if they had some lag yesterday or some places had some lag today. I know, along with different water treatment facilities and uh, water flowage facilities, some of them had been getting allegedly hacked and things like that. Uh, I always kind of take anything they tell me on the TV, with kind of with a grain of salt. But I have seen certain things like that happen. And me personally, I don't even think about no atomic bomb or nothing blowing up. Or uh, as far as an explosion goes, the only one that I could really see happening, or the really one panning out, would be like a upper atmospheric EMP, some type of EMP device that would knock out cellular and technologically and communications. But even realistically, they don't even have to do that now. It's all integrated and departmentalized with switchers and motherboards. Yeah, you don't. EMPs sound spooky and scary, and nuclear fallout sounds spooky and scary. But I honestly don't believe we'll ever see any of that to any level. I mean, we're so far beyond those type of uh, barbaric. If anything else, are just like barbaric fear tactics. You know, all they got to do is hack, flip a switch. Now they ain't got to blow nothing up. They ain't got to set no timer. They ain't got to put an extra fail safe in play because you might cut the red wire. Do you really think they're that stupid? You think they're doing all this by accident or uh just Mr. Magooing it through their way? No. Shoot, no. This is all strategically, intentionally put into place, generations at a time. It's like the art of war. Appear weak when you're strong. Like some of these clowns look like they're absolutely fragile, but they just project a certain level of insanity, a certain level of arrogance, a certain level of ego that some people it does enough. It does enough. You don't even need the boogeyman. You just need the imaginary shadow to cause fear. Put that gray cloud over them. There you go. Go dogs. Go dogs. 27 away till we get some dog action. I saw on BP Earth that there was a huge data center in Virginia. If hurricane hit it, it could mess up the power grid. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely to a certain level. Especially if it's tied in or integrated with any type of thing. Uh, you figured electrical. If anything that happens, I've seen in certain industrial applications of electrical, I've seen equipment fail from inside the facility, and it back charge back outside and cause an external transformer to blow. I've seen that happen several times. A couple times I've seen it happen personally. We was doing some work at a local recycling plant, and of course they have all those big industrial shutoffs, disconnects, grinders, crushers. So you got to have a ton of safety features with all that stuff. Cutoffs, shutoffs, safety switches. But yeah, they had a piece of equipment in there, and we went into it. And to be honest with you, It was electrical. We could understand some of it, but for the most part, it was just a complete head scratcher because that whole unit, everything that was written down in there was Chinese. So a coworker, he's trying to like visually troubleshoot some stuff. I'm going down through there scanning everything with the Google Translator, trying to get an understanding of what switch cuts off what. You know, basically once you get your switches diagnosed, everything else pretty much falls into place. But yeah, that piece of equipment had something wrong internally. They had to call some people actually in from China. They had to send some technicians or some crew from somewhere in China here locally to this plant and kind of like diagnose it. Basically, tell them, hey, the same thing we told them: the piece of equipment is shot because uh, fuses, components, and the end stuff had then started melting. I guess they melted whenever it backfed or whatever happened. And yeah, it just sent one hell of a backfeed or surge back out of the building through the power line, and the transformer that sits up on the pole outside of the business, it just completely exploded. I mean, it was crazy. But what was the point I was fixing to make? Oh, yeah, with the data centers, yeah, I made a short story way too long. But anyway, with data centers, yeah, definitely. You have some internal components, whatever mechanisms, different things that have to be put in place to ensure generators, whatever it is, keeps things cool, keeps the servers, processors cool. Yeah, any one of those things could malfunction and definitely put a drain on a already drained system. You know, a lot of them say, "Oh, well, we're building an all-inclusive self-electrified system." Yeah, that sounds cool, but when you really read the print, all they're doing is just tapping on. They're tapping onto the power lines that's already there. They're just putting different transformers and buck boosters to step down or step down the power. But yeah, a lot of them places they ain't generating their own power. Where the hell are they generating power from? You know, some are, but the majority of them aren't. They're just tapping onto a grid that was already there. And I can't speak for every place or every situation, but me doing electrical, uh, hearing about these things, seeing them directly, been hearing about them for years. Yeah, yeah. If you think all these things are self-sufficient, they won't ever affect you, they won't never harm you or affect your way of life. Yeah, I don't know what you're smoking, but I don't want it. I don't want to be that inebriated and that combobulated. Not much rain yet. Shoot. No rain. No rain here. Yeah, that whole uh basically that whole like little module or containment unit was basically just like a series of shut offs and relays for the conveyor belts and the first initial set of like grinders that grind the different plastics up at the recycling plant. And what it was is they only dealt with like plastics and stuff. It was like what's that brand? Mr. Coffee Pot or something like that. They would get in tons and tons of like defective products. Like the logo might be printed upside down, or uh, the lid on the top of the coffee pot didn't wasn't put on there. Whatever the defects was, they would do coffee pots, all different type of like maybe vacuum cleaners, different things like that, and they would put it through this giant crusher, and it would crush it all down, and they send it through this conveyor belt, and it would kind of vibrate it and sort it. And they had this huge magnet that it went under, and it would suck up all the metals or any type of debris like that that wouldn't couldn't be filtered in with the plastic. And then once all the plastic was pulled through, then that magnet would get demagnetized, and all that metal and other metal byproducts would drop down, and it would get shipped into another box and sent somewhere wherever they melt down the metal. But yeah, this facility is massive. It's still there. I remember they hooked us up with a bunch of if anybody that does construction or things like that, you know about the different pack outs. Every tool brand's got a pack out now or some type of stackable interlocking box. Well, this recycle facility, man, they had stacks and stacks and stacks of tons of those Milwaukee pack outs, every size, every shape. Some of them might have had the logo was printed backwards or upside down. Some of them, the only defect was the logo just didn't get printed at all, so they had to can it, scrap it. But yeah, that guy hooked us up with, man, a ton of those things. We brought back a we brought back a couple truckloads of those things. Like I said, it was all small defects, some stuff you probably would never notice. But yeah, the pack outs, especially the Milwaukee pack outs, they ain't cheap. Some of them can be a couple $100s. I mean, you could spend thousands. You could spend thousands on all them different containers, and that's just the containers and the stackables. That's not even counting the hand tools or supplies that go in them. Anarchy Television, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well down there in Florida. Florida. I can say the same. Heck, but we got to get some rain for there to be a rainbow. And they threatened to give us some rain yesterday. I think it stayed all north. They threatened to give us some rain today. It stayed all south. And right before I went live, I checked the radar just to see if anything was happening. And I think at best, it's a chance of rain each day this week, but it's like 30, 40%. It don't start getting into anything heavy or possible probably next weekend. Yeah, when I woke up this morning and came outside and got that first little bit of fresh, fresh air and sunlight, I'm like, damn, it definitely feels like summer again out here. This last week has been kind of uh, below average. Everybody else was above average. I think we were a little below average. In my small mind, I just, maybe I'm just crazy, but in my small mind and my limited understanding, I always think all of that type of stuff is affected. Whether they intentionally uh, meant for it to have some type of effect or whatever it may be, you know, or whether just by circumstance or just dealing with the similar components in the upper atmosphere, it definitely could have something. I mean, if they're modifying clouds and they're modifying weather, I think everything beyond that would be modified. Maybe the look or the absorption of a rainbow, uh, rain, different things. What was it last year? Sometime when you had all the weird fog events around America. Have I even seen it one night? When was it? When was it? Might have been. I don't remember when it was. Last January, maybe. Because I took a little vacation time the beginning of last year, and I went and stayed out there with my mom for a little bit longer because she wasn't feeling too good through Christmas. So I kind of sat out there. But I remember one night I was sitting on her front porch, and she's got a light at the end of the yard, but that don't do much to illuminate the whole yard. It's like one of the power company lights. She's got lights on the house, lights on the porch that light it up, but it was just kind of like a steady glow throughout the yard, from the moon shining. And I'm sitting there, and I see it kind of looking a little foggy, and then within like 10 or 15 minutes, I could just do it. It almost looked like a scene from a horror movie. You just kind of seen the fog kind of rolling in, and I said, damn. I didn't really smell anything or feel anything out of the normal from it. I mean, it definitely looked weird. It was around the same time I think other people was reporting it. Uh, some people had like weird odors, different things like that. Some people was even putting a magnet to it and was picking up these little micro particles or dustings, nanobites, whatever it might have been. Yeah, last year when the fog was going across the news waves. Pat Evans, good to see you. Don't let it be your last, Garden. Don't let it be your last. We may have to change a few things, redirect a few things, but no, definitely keep the garden going. You know, we might can't grow everything we want, but just a little bit. It don't take but a little bit to offset. It don't take much to offset to the good. Well, just look at it this way. Doing your own gardens, doing your own thing, you eliminate uh, so much other BS that you couldn't have eliminated if you bought it from a big box store. So I mean that's something ultimately. I can do my own fertilizers. I can do my own soils and different things like that. I can create and things like that. But ultimately, I can't control what falls out of the sky. But don't let that stop you. Can't stop it all. Can't stop it all. Definitely can't fight it all. Just have to figure out what's worth fighting for, what's worth sticking it out for. I mean, besides the delicious fruits and vegetables I can get from growing it myself, I find a lot of peace. I find a lot of joy from working in the gardens, tending to the gardens. The good, the bad, the hot days, the cold days, the droughts. Me personally, there's definitely a level of relaxation. It's definitely therapeutic. Oh yeah, that squash. Yeah, you get you a little rain and a little decent weather. Yeah, that squash. It'll do its thing. I've had some varieties that did better than other varieties, but for the most part, uh, summer squash I ain't never had a problem growing it. There you go. Nothing else. Build the seed banks up. Keep those seed banks going. Big institutions, big corporations, and big government. They got vaults for all that type of stuff like that. They made it more convenient and easier over the years. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to do that little bit of thinking and elbow grease to save and produce your own seeds that are healthier, better, non-GMO. The convenience and uh, supply of just going to these big box stores and purchasing them. Over the years, it's just slowly whittled down, slowly whittled down people's ability to be self-sustainable. It's not completely out the window. You know, just because you catch a black eye don't mean you went blind. We catch a few black eyes, but we're not completely blind. We're not completely deaf to whatever may be happening. I try to I try to save all the seeds I can from anything I grow. Vegetables, the few fruits I grow, flowers. Try to I try to grow a little extra, or kind of let a little do its thing, and have them extra little bit of seeds for next year. I wish I'd have kept doing it over the years. Kept building up that muscle memory, that different techniques and things. But to be honest, I really just got back into gardening for myself probably within the last, I don't know. I started to dabble into it again probably right before COVID hit. And once COVID hit, I'm like, well, there you go. There's your sign. There's your sign. No time's better than the now. Be charming. Good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Nice. Still waiting on a downpour here. It keeps shifting to the north and the south. Eventually, we got to get a little piece of rain here somewhere. Could be. Could be. No doubt. I try to, whatever abundance I'm able to put together and get, I try to keep some for myself, put a little bit up for myself, but there's abundance. Yeah, I don't mind sharing it, trading it. You know, I got this one lady. Pretty much every year I've been giving her like bags of jalapenos. Like I just have like a couple plants that I just go ahead and say, all right, these are her plants pretty much. And I'll trade her a bunch of jalapenos and stuff, and then she'll give me some jams or sometimes if she makes anything from the jalapenos, if she pickles them or does anything like that. So it all works out, you know. Still have plenty of jalapenos for myself, and then get to trade them out for some jams, jellies. Uh, she's also the same lady who I take some mulberries. I didn't get as many mulberries this year. It was kind of weird. I don't know if it's maybe the trees or the way the sun was hitting them. It seemed like the top half of the tree did great, but like the bottom half, it was a bunch of berries, but they never turned. They just kind of stayed white and just I don't know, didn't do anything else after that. Yeah, I probably got as about I don't know, probably half as much as I usually get in mulberries. Between probably the drought, probably had a lot to do with it. Sun, the birds, you got to get watch the birds. 'Cause as soon as them things is ready, the birds is just tearing them up. Yeah, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. I'm all about that. I'm all about obtaining a little more knowledge, a little more understanding. Shoot, I'd settle for a good 30 minute. They give me 30 minutes or B, and I'll be happy. Nice. Congratulations. Tell your husband we said happy birthday. Happy birthday. Nice. What month are we in? August? Yeah, shout out to all those who have your birthdays and born days in August. You know who you are. Red. Good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? I don't know if speaking of neighbor, I don't know if any of y'all ever watched the program Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. That was a we didn't have many things, uh, any channels or any internet coming up as a kid at the house, but we had PBS. They always played some type of program. But yeah, Mr. Rogers. I probably ain't no telling how many of those episodes I watched as a kid. And scrolling through YouTube's the other day, and then for whatever reason, it just popped up the Mr. Rogers channel. And it's like one of any of those other channels that somebody creates, if it's the official or the non-official one, and they just play uh, 24/7 nonstop, whatever that is, like the Bob Ross channel. They got the. So I ain't gonna lie, I sat there and I watched about two episodes of it. And I said, man, this is pretty interesting. You had to think, they almost canceled whatever they educational television for children or whatever that official term was. They pretty almost canceled that and took it off the books. I think it was whenever Mr. Rogers, uh, Fred Rogers, he went all the way up to. They had a congressional hearing or something. He sat in front of all the bigwigs, whoever it was back in the '60s, and he was going in front of them to convince uh, the powers that shouldn't be of why these type of certain educational programs should be available for children. And his speech is still on the internet. You can go find it where he talks in front of this guy, and I forget the guy, the senator or the congressional man that he was speaking to, but yeah, he almost brought him into tears. He said we should have funded this a long time ago. Why aren't we doing this type of thing? But yeah, through Fred Rogers and a few affiliates and a few people that backed him back in the day, yeah, he was able to turn that small little isolated program. I forget which state it first started in, but yeah, turned it into I guess a global entity. No telling how many kids watched that at some point coming up to the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. When coming up to the 90s, I would see like the old reruns, and they were still having new episodes. I don't know, just something random I was thinking about. Hmm. Yeah, I got a friend of mine that does that sometimes. I don't know if he's done it in a while. I know at one time he did. He would go donate plasma or something. I don't know how much you make for something like that. I know he was telling me it just would like all depend. They would give like different bonuses and stuff, and then like the more consecutive days you come, or the more you come, the more you make. And I think it was some months he was making like uh, 700 or 800 extra dollars a month just doing that, you know. But I don't know. But yeah, I think doing that whole process of where they take your blood out, separate the plasma, put the blood back in. Yeah, I imagine certain health conditions or certain things, yeah, would definitely prevent you from doing that. Oops. Good to see you. I hope all is well. But yeah, it was interesting yesterday hearing everybody freak out about the phones and the internet not working. And then I guess once it all got established, or whenever it got reestablished, heck, I didn't know it happened until after it was over. But yeah, I went on the Facebook to see what everybody was talking about, and I think they spent the rest of last night just crying about the signal not being out and the internet not being out. That's all they talked about. You know, you would have thought that it was still out, but could say it was a glitch. Could say certain things are overheating during the summertime. Uh, Telecommunications, communications, internet lines, they get strained. There's a strain on those type of lines, just like there is power lines, those type of things. Some of that could be at play, but I think it's just ultimately, I think there's just nefarious entities at play. This is just a something smaller for something bigger, whether it be a test run or just see how quick people can talk about it or see how people react. You know, whatever it may be. Shoot, I don't know how many plasma centers they got around here. Shoot, it was one like years ago. They had one. Now I think it's man. I've probably seen like 6 or 7 of them things. I'm gonna have to Google it later and see how many. But yeah, I know I've at least rode past 6 or 7 of them myself. I don't know. I don't know if I could do it personally. I guess it would affect everybody differently, but nah, I gotta try to keep as much inside as I can, you know. Trying to extract every bit of life force and medulla oblongata as they can, you know. Gotta try to hold on to whatever I can as long as I can. Especially with the level of decay. Oh, bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta grab something to drink. I do apologize. No, as usual, I completely underestimated my hydration level, Pat. You know, Meat Puppet, greetings, sir. But yeah, I don't know. As usual, ain't really got a lot on the mind, the brain, the heart. Definitely a lot going on, but today I ain't really tracking much. Indy, good to see you. Always good to see you, Indy. Hope all is well. Yeah, I had to do a number one. You know, can't rehydrate if you don't unhydrate a little bit. You know. Let's see here. Who said something? Oh, she's around somewhere. She's around and about. I think she may be getting some things put up back in order. I think she been away from the home, been away from the ranch this weekend. I think she mentioned she got back at some point this afternoon, so she's probably cooking her up a steak right about now. She's probably searing up a 8-ounce slab of Texas Longhorn. Yeah, I guess it's always an interesting time. There's always something happening. I mean, even if it's not of this world, maybe something. I was watching a few videos earlier, different people giving their perspective or their take on Lionsgate. I don't know if anybody's ever heard the term or familiar with the term of the Lionsgate portal, or like a whatever it is. My mind ain't firing on all synapses right now, but that took place 8/8 yesterday. And there was one channel I was watching. They took it further. It was like they said it was the triple eights because it was August the 8th, and then they said it was the two. It was the year 26, which 26 added up to be 8. So it was the triple eights, the triple eight Lion Gate. And I don't know, to be honest with you, the last few days or the last week, I felt pretty good, felt pretty energetic. Definitely quite can't quite say it was all the vacation or putting my toes in the sand or the water. There's definitely some things at play for sure. But overall, I feel pretty good. Yeah, I used could give the whole little spiel about it, but yeah, I'm probably running off about 85%. I got about 85% synopsis firing off tonight. Me personally, I think if nothing else, just that it's like raw bare bones. It's just like a time of transfer. You know, it could be for good or bad, just depending on the intention of the person, what their intentions are, what they're seeking. If they're seeking for a certain level of enlightenment, elevation, prosperity, you know, definitely. If somebody isn't aware, and I guess if they have like a bad vibration, uh, bad moods, bad energies, it could definitely cause things to carry over, linger. But that's just my opinion. That's things that I see and I feel personally. Nothing else is just like seasons. There's a time to sow the seeds. There's a time to reap the harvest. Everything has a time. Everything has a season. Yeah, Anthony, good to see you, Anthony. Hope all is well. Just chilling over here. Got it in cruise control. Just got it on cruise control, cruising at a brisk 33 miles per hour. It did kind of sound like a song, didn't it? Huh. Interesting. Definitely not intentional. Some of those things just happen that way. I don't know. What's on y'all's minds? What's on y'all's hearts? What do y'all got to rant about? What do y'all got to rave about? Anybody affected by the water hacks, cell phone hacks, internet hacks?
Illuminati confirmed.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on in Illinois no more. They're getting everything. Illinois and Indiana, you know, Illinois and Indiana. I don't know what's going on with the eyes. What's the net? What's the T state? Well, I guess you better watch out for Texas and Tennessee. You know, they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's. No, I'm pretty sure it was what, maybe a year ago. I'm thinking more, maybe more towards going on 2 years now. I think I heard about it probably, yeah, maybe 2024. I seen this article. It was put out through whatever the government agency that monitors weather, tracks weather, different things like that. Uh, they put out this map, this illustration that showed that Tornado Alley shifted. I forget how many miles or how far it shifted, but it showed three different images. It showed the old alleged Tornado Alley path, or where it could, and then it showed the new one, and then it kind of showed the third image was both old path and new path overlapped, and this was yeah, for whatever I forget how they explained it or whatever justification of how it happened, but yeah, they were letting the people know. Oh yeah, by the way, just to let you know, tornadoes ain't going anywhere. In fact, they're going a little bit more to the east. We got to shift Tornado Alley. And I'm thinking, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right, Dorothy. You're definitely not in Kansas anymore. I know, Anthony. Some people's calling Indiana the new Alabama. I don't appreciate it, but I have heard people say that. You know, I guess the poles are shifting. I guess the poles are shifting. No, maybe. Well, I had a message on my cell phone once I got back to the house. It said that uh I don't know. It's still on there now. I saved it. I saved it and screenshotted it just in case they try to remove it. You know, which that don't really mean anything. Yeah, they could easily delete a screenshot or a recording on their own device. But yeah, it said something to the effect of yeah, we're aware of mass outages. You know, blase blase. Should have things restored momentarily or whatever. But it was weird. I'm thinking, man, we never got no message like that. The only other time and I don't even think I got the message then, but I could have been wrong. I don't know. I might have been asleep, or my phone might have been off at the time. But what was it, about 3 years ago? 3 years ago, everybody started freaking out because in October, what was it, October the 4th, they were going to generate or simulate or project this mass, uh, whatever it was, mass, hell, I can't even think of the word. Like 3 years ago in October, where they sent like the message to everybody's phone, you know, for what I forget what the hell it said now. I probably still got a picture of that I saved, but yeah, when everybody was freaking out, thought they was going to send the Death Star to their phones, you know, they didn't know what was going to happen. Back in my mind, I was like, please fry this Joker, please fry this phone. You know how many less calls and aggravation and just nothingness that would prevent me from getting, you know? Ultimately, I will go get another phone, but please, if everybody's phones just went silent for one day, some people couldn't handle it, some people could. But yeah, I think that was about 3 years ago. But yeah, I done got to the point now, unless it's where I know I'm going to like a specific festival or event where I want to try to capture a few photos or a few videos, for whatever purpose. Sometimes if I know where I'm going and ain't gonna be going long, I just leave my phone here. I don't even feel like being aggravated with it. So most of the time, it's on the weekend. Unless I already got some on the books, I really don't like being bothered about work. That's just me. Unless we already done discussed something and got something in the works, or unless it's super emergency, then I'll entertain it. You know, you wanting to get a TV mounted on the wall definitely ain't a life or death scenario. Definitely, yeah. Please do the thing. Definitely appreciate all the support, all the people that's checked in, tuned out at some point. Definitely appreciate it. Hadn't too long broke the 1K barrier. You know, did everything they said we couldn't do. Ultimately, not the numbers really matter, but the fact that it shows that somebody appreciates something along the way. Be kind, rewind, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, no doubt. Having your own water source, things like that, the ability to back it up and keep it going is definitely critical. No doubt. Mm, dang, sweet bees. Mm. Yeah, I get the power. I always get like a power notification through Georgia Power. They'll send me something to be like, hey, you may or may not be affected. We are acknowledging the fact that there is an outage in your area, but it's very rarely that I ever got a message from my cell phone provider saying, "Hey, we're experiencing outages. We're doing this. We're doing that." I've got emails, but never like a direct generated text. That was kind of weird. Wise Don. There you go. Wise words, be Wise Don. Wise Don, mate. Back to the grind tomorrow. Damn, it's Sunday already. We made it to Sunday. God, I knew I should have went time traveling yesterday. Takes a lot of fuel, takes a lot to get where you're going, but you can usually squeeze out about another 24 hours if you time it right. Knew I should have went time traveling yesterday. No, I did a little time traveling. I went out to the flea market, bought a few things I guess I needed, bought a few things that definitely didn't need, and bought some things I just bought for just because, for the hell of it, just bought it. It happens sometimes. Hell, I don't even think I throwed more than a $20 bill at it. I don't even think I spent a $20 bill, and I got all type of stuff. What happened? Security messed up when the weekend started to feel like 30 minutes lunch breaks. Oh yeah, dude. Shh. It's crazy. What was it? Last weekend? I was loving it. Had to been off uh, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then came back Monday. And last Monday was one of those Mondays that didn't even feel like a Monday. It almost felt like a Friday Eve. Like damn, what are we building up for? What are we setting up for? And then this past week went by pretty quick. But yeah, Sunday, 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 Sunday fun day. Girls just want to have fun, Anarchy. Girls just want to have fun. At least that's what the MTV told me. R.I.P. MTV. R.I.P. MTV. I think probably the last time I probably ever watched something on MTV, it's been a long time ago. It's probably back when they used to have like the Real World, and the Road Rules, and the MTV Cribs. I used to watch the MTV Cribs. I ain't gonna lie. I forget that one guy's house. That one guy's house they went into. I mean, it was all of them was like mansions, but yeah, this one was super nice on the inside. But then the whole house was empty. The whole house was empty except for like the living room, dining room, kitchen. Kitchen and refrigerator was loaded, and then like his bedroom was loaded. But like everywhere in the house was just nothing, no pictures. I'm thinking, damn, dude. I guess you just getting a big house because I ain't finna get 150,000 square foot house, but hell, if I decided to, I ain't gonna be playing it around. It ain't gonna be looking like Desperado in there. You need to start doing that when the guests come up. We just have panel versus cribs. We had that on one episode, man. We had two characters, man. They were going at it. They were showing us I think they showed us everything that was in their fridge. I literally don't think there was anything else left in the fridge or the freezer, unless it had just went bad and they were just too embarrassed to show it. But so we've definitely kind of dipped our toes into that type of scenario. Need to get Pat Evans up here. She could show us our motorcycle and ATV collection. Get Oops up here. Show off the very exclusive unicycle. Many different assortments of unicycles and one-wheeled crafts. And Garvey, good to see you. Tell me something good, Ann. I know you got some good word, a good thought. Hopefully you ain't getting no apocalyptic weather. Hopefully they spared you up there in Canada today. They've been hitting y'all with that GMO weather up there. They ain't been playing. I guess with Canada being above us, I guess it just floats. Whatever just lingers or transitions from down here, it just floats up there. Dang. You know, ain't really too much I could say on that. But it can definitely feel like that. Hell, not even a storm outside. When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. Yeah, that's about like how it is now. Seems like that's the only time we're gonna get some rain is when it pours down. Bring it on. I think we got like I don't know. I don't know what else happening this week. We got planetary alignments. We got astrological convergence. We got solar moons. We got lunar suns. We could possibly lose gravity, gain gravity completely. I don't even know. I'm like, damn, you know something's afoot. When you got that much stuff that can happen on a hump day, you know, that's like a month's worth of stuff, and you just converge it all into one day. Of course, it would be hump day. I don't know. The way it's looking Wednesday, you better hope you got you a two hump camel. That way you can just sit in the middle of the two humps and hold on. Oh, one hump camel ain't gonna do you too good. That's like uh yeah, just tracking different. Like they put out a publication on the one of our local news sites on its fake book channel. It put out this article, and I didn't even read the whole article, but the beginning of it says something. Uh, Local Georgia drought woes. Uh, Prayers finally answered as Georgia CSRA comes out of the drought. I'm thinking, damn, that wasn't even a. They could have shorted that down. That wasn't even like a whole clickbait. That was like a whole paragraph of a title. And I started reading it, and I was like, yeah, this is some BS. I'm living in it. I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it. Unless I'm just completely mass hallucinating and nothing I see is what's really happening. Yeah, I don't know who they asked. They must have. I don't know. They must have got somebody out of Athens, Greece. It definitely wasn't out of Athens, Georgia. I don't know who they was talking about. But yeah, the Savannah River, you can see it's low in certain places. You go up to Clarks Hill Lakes, Strom Thurmond Dam, you can see it's low. Uh, a friend of the family that's known forever. I've gone up to their property up there for plenty of summers, plenty of times of the year. Still go up there from time to time. And the last time I went up there, they had to take their boats. They had to take their boats and the jet skis. Well, they already had them out. They had them out before the season. You know, they put them up for fall and winter, but they couldn't even bring them back out. They couldn't even bring them around to their own boat dock because the water was so low that their name of mine just their whole boat dock and everything was just sitting on dirt. I've never seen that happen, and well, I can't remember every 38 summers that I experienced, but in my 38 summers, I don't remember that ever happening. And that's a location that I've seen, that I can remember since I was like 6 or 8. You know, the last 30 years I've been going to the same place, so definitely can see it changing, but I've never seen it this low. Or even in like the little cul-de-sac they're in, some people on one side still had enough where they could dock, but around the edges it was so low. It's crazy. But yeah, they say that because of so and so and because of so and so, yeah, it's finally out of the drought deficit. And I said, yeah, right. You know, on Facebook, uh, it ain't no like or dislike. You do all the little emojis. So I think damn near everybody put the laughing emoji. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, you're going to convince, yeah, you're going to convince me that there's not a water issue, there's not a water problem right in the middle of summer, right in the dog days of summer. And I can count on like one hand uh, the days we got rain. Or like April, it didn't rain at all. April, there wasn't no April showers for no Mayflowers. I think it finally rained that last day in April. Uh, but yeah, all the way through April, it didn't rain. It was crazy. It was over 30 days. Yeah, Georgia's out of the drought deficit. Yeah, my ass. I like to have that guy up. Whoever wrote that article, I like to have him as a guest. See how he came up with that number. You know, I'm gonna have to send him my email. We'll have to get him up here on a uh, Saturday shenanigan night or something. You know what I mean? I know that dude's gonna bring nothing but shenanigans because they're still limiting the water flow down the Savannah River all the way up through the Savannah, where they have like different lockets, not lockets, like locks, dams, different levees or whatnot. They're still limited to streams. So I mean, it's already uh, once we hit another certain level of drought, then they uh, decrease the flow coming through certain channels. So you got the natural, I guess, the natural effect in it. Whatever percentage is still natural. You know, I don't like to give those entities or those people that shouldn't be in power more power than they got, but the things that they do, this definitely affects things. You know, whatever it may be, the different cancers, different things and stuff like that that people get, mutations. You know, especially when it comes down to certain people who really didn't have a direct connection or direct contact with something that they say. You know, it's just across the board. We have lost more than 6 inches of rain here. I don't know what the official number is. I'll probably check it out tomorrow. See what the official number is. For anybody that cares or anybody that's interested, you know, RIP Joe Phelps. Uh, what I posted a couple of days ago, I posted like a little shout out to Joe Phelps, and I posted. I think the video that I posted tagging with that was the water video, um, and that's during his time when he was here locally in Augusta. Um, but yeah, he was talking about Augusta and its water supply, and then you know the different carcinogenics, different chemicals and stuff that's been traced in there. If anybody's interested or if anybody cares, and I think in the comments section I put the link to that website where you can go to that website. And there's dozens of these websites. I'm sure there's some that's probably better. But yeah, it's one of those type of websites you put in your just basic information. It could pull up a state level, a county level, a city level, um, and yeah, it was pretty interesting. See those type of things, track those type of things. You start scrolling down to there, and it's like 4,000 times the approved amount, 10,000 times, 300 times the approved amount. And then you go from like, I don't know, microdosing, just getting a little bit, you know, here and there throughout your life to getting, they're just 4,000 times the amount. I forget which particular chemical or something that was. But yeah, you pretty much went into warp speed, you know? You're getting more now than you would have got over a lifetime. Uh, Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just horrible at math, you know? If it's me, just let me know. I'm definitely not no Ken Jennings when it comes to the mathologies, but maybe it's me. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay, I'm reloaded. You need people like me. You know why? So you can say, hey, that's the bad guy. I don't believe it, B. I don't believe it's just me. I don't want to believe it. And who knows? Who knows where they get this information from? If that's like directly from, I don't know if they pull like random sources or that's like directly from the water treatment plants or the waste treatment plants. I wonder if that factors in after the fact. You know, after the fact, it's then left those facilities and now it's traveling through all this plastic pipes or whatever for miles or however long it's got to go through to get into your house, into your plastic pipes and travel through. Um, I don't know. At that point, when it's 4,000 times the limit, it don't matter if it's a little extra or not. It's no bueno. You know, I heard people saying that different things. You know, that their city water was smelling like pool water or things like that, and it was just intense, so you could smell it. And I try to limit as much as I can on different things. But yeah, I was at the where was I at the when I first noticed it? It It was one of our electrical supply houses. We went in there to get some material, and man, my hands and my arms was completely just filthy. We was doing a service change, so I went in there to wash my hands, and yeah, I cut the water on, and yeah, it just smelled just like a swimming pool. You know, I got a little scoop in my hand and smelled it, and I said, "Damn, think somebody siphoned out a filter of a swimming pool in the back." You know, I started questioning where the hell they was getting water from. You know, they letting us wash our hands with their recycled pool water. You know, they just got like an indoor jacuzzi back there or something. But yeah, certain places or certain areas it's more intense. But yeah, all across the board with the city water and reason purposes they may have for doing that, uh, nefarious or just to try to counter react or cover up something else. Who knows? So what do you want? You want the crappy smelling water, or do you want the pool smelling water? You know, so you're only getting two options: crappy or pool, clean pool or dirty pool. Which one? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. I don't even know where that song came from. That whole little chorus of that song just like been stuck in my mind, my head all day today. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. I ain't even get a chance to Google it. I'm like, where the hell did this thought even come from? Maybe I heard it somewhere. Commercial. Might have been something they were singing at Indies. I don't know. Phil, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Kind of do it a couple different cycles. You know, of course, I try to use as much water as I can collect, you know, for the gardens and things like that. But I got well, but also got I go to different like local springs and get water. And I'd probably be completely naive to say that it hasn't maybe been touched to a certain degree. You know, if water always flows downhill, it always finds a level, and it's the continuous circle. I imagine there is a smaller bit. It's probably more isolated, you know, natural springs like that. It kind of has a natural way of filtering. But if nothing else, the spring water I get, it definitely has a better taste. Uh, I don't know. It's hard to describe. It definitely ain't like going and buying like a plastic bottle and then it just kind of tastes like the bottle it's in. You know, you feel like you're drinking uh, liquid plastic, especially if they get hot. Oh man, if they get hot, a little sun on them, oh shoot, them carcinogenics are flowing, baby. You can add a splash of lime to it. You pretty much created a Sprite. You know, you've got all the key components with the D molecular structure of the heat, the plastoids, and the H23s. Yeah, you pretty much created a diet Sprite. You know, throw a little sugar packet in there, throw a little what they call that thing, sweet and low. Throw you a couple little aspartame sweet and lows in there. Throw you a little splash of lime. Yeah, yeah. A little extra carcinogenics that give you a little boost. You know, it's just a lag and a down effect afterwards. You know, get you a nice little booster, but that's about it. What we got here? I'm open minded to like a lot of things, but I don't know. I don't think it will be what they say it will be. I'm not saying that nothing will happen. You know, it could easily be a mental psyop. You know, for whatever reason. Even if people think it's absolutely BS and nonsense, it's got the whispers. People's chanting it. People's talking about it for whatever reason. Uh, I don't know. I always think it's something more. It's always something else. If it's looked to the right, then it could be on the left. If it's looked to the left, then it could be on the right. Not really necessarily speaking politically, but just uh, basic misdirection tactics, you know. Don't look over here. Please don't look over here. Make sure you look. Everybody look out the right side of your window. Look at this beautiful Siamese set of panda bears. You know, these panda bears were grown Siamese. Whatever you do, do not look at the guy in the back that's stealing all your luggage. You know, do not look at that. Look at these Siamese panda bears, how majestic and wonderful they are. Cain and Abel. That's what we named them. We named the Siamese panda bears Cain and Abel. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Somebody's got to know that song. Dang, why is it stuck in my head? But yeah, the gravity, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain something that, you know, I don't fully understand myself. I mean, I could easily say, yeah, if I drop something, it goes down and we lose gravity. But like the more I was thinking about it, I don't think it would, if it could happen, it would have to be something really intense for it to be just globally. And if it was globally to any degree, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds, 14 seconds, 30 seconds, any of that's traumatic. I think anything above like 3 to 5 seconds, you start entering the danger zone. You know what I mean? You got Tom Cruise Hot Shot playing in the back of your mind. You're in the danger zone. But I don't think it would be like a super fast ascension up if it was to be. I think it would almost be like you would maybe float up and almost be like maybe if whatever they showed us what they were doing on the moon, where they were like hop skipping around, you know, and just less gravity. I think it maybe could be something like that if it was possible. And even then, I don't think we would really like shoot up. I think maybe we could just be hovering and the Earth could still be rotating. So you could have 7 seconds. I don't know how far you could go 7 seconds. You might not go far. You might go 10 feet in your backyard, or you might go from your love seat to your couch in your living room. I don't know. That's how I think it would work. Or like if a train's going fast and if you jump straight up in the air as high as you can, you're going up to a certain degree, but at the same time that train is steadily moving forward underneath of you. So even if it is a couple seconds, a couple degrees, you're not going to come back down where you ascended, you know. But yeah, that's kind of how I think it would be. If any of this was possible, I think it would be isolated. Personally, if anything, just for the sheer X factor or fear factor, I think would probably be maybe like a more populated area. I mean, if you really wanted to put on a show, I mean, you're not going to do it in a small town USA and nobody knows about it, you know. But I think it would be isolated, and I don't know. I hadn't read the reports, I hadn't read the studies. I know I've read some of those articles, just kind of skimming down through there and hitting kind of like the highlight points, the alleged money that they were throwing at it, like in the billions. And I don't never believe, like, if they label it the CARE Act and they say, all right, we're throwing $250 billion at the CARE Act. I don't believe that all of that 250 billion goes there. You know, it may get a portion of it, but there's so many little things they add into there. That one thing ultimately never gets it. It just gets broken off to ensure that future things can come up, you know, to ensure that the tentacles can keep going, you know. We may lose one, but shoot, we'll grow back 4 more. You know, so we lost 2. Oh well, we lost 2. We're fixing to regenerate and recreate 4 tomorrow. Hell, we was only going to get 2 incomes. Now we're going to get 4, you know. What was it, like the Hydra? Cut off one head and then 2 more appear. I don't know. I'm just rambling. We're just rambling, if any of this even makes any sense, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I've seen that was like certain older homes has had pools for a while, things like that. And some of them still have the copper. Yeah. I could see them using that as an accelerant. You're like, okay, all right, cool. You didn't want to go with the remodel. You didn't want to get that, you didn't want the PVC. You didn't want the PEX. All right, you know what? We'll get you. we'll get you eventually, you know. Just add a little something to it, a little corrosive property. Uh, I imagine it's not harmful to probably PVC or PEX, or maybe to some level it is. I don't know the deterioration rate, but I definitely would see a deteriorating copper or metals like that at definitely a higher rate. You have all that like then all the extra stuff that's in there, like the what is it, calcium, lime, and then all that other stuff that builds up, hard water, soft water. Yeah, we do some jobs every now and then. These different places like the Y. You know, they got an entertainment complex and they have a pool. They'll call us something in their pool. Then went out. They got a guy, but they can't get a hold of him, so they call us in there. And oh man, I hate those. I don't hate them, but yeah, I dislike those type of jobs. Most of them's pretty simple, but it's just being around all those chemicals and all that type of stuff. Then you got everything's humming. Oh yeah, you can't spend but so much time in them little pool shops and pool houses. You got to get the heck out of there. They usually have like one or two of them real spacey type of guys. You know, they could go in there and it don't even bother them. You know, hell, we all go and break. They stay in the pool room and eat their lunch in there. Calcium, lime, rust, sulfur, chlorine. Oh, they don't care. They love it. They love the smell of chlorine and lime in the morning. Oh yeah, yeah. Until they whatever infrastructure they have in place at the main or at your road or wherever the point of contact is, that'll remain the same for them unless something breaks or it has to get repaired. But yeah, uh, I can only speak for my area, but I would say across the board things ultimately phase out, get incorporated everywhere they can reach. But yeah, from the road on, yeah, PEX, PEX or PVC, they'll bring it in with PVC and then it'll branch off there from them in PEX. Yeah. I forget. We did a job. It wasn't too long after I started. It might have been before this. No, it was when I was working for this company. I was probably only like a couple years in, and we did this big old remodel, massive home. Man, that was an aggravating job. I guess it wasn't too bad, but I didn't know. I'm still learning with electrical, but I definitely didn't know any of the little uh, smart ways, not harder ways to do things then about certain things. I was just like a bull in a china shop. You know, I'd just tear the whole wall down to hell with it. You know, I didn't even know I could just cut two little holes and it'd be good, you know, going in there like Brock Lesnar on a TLC match. But they had a guy there it was all copper. And they had this guy there, I don't know telling how old he was, but he was doing it. And I was underneath or on the side. I was setting up like I don't know, a disconnect or something. Might have been for a hot water heater. And I said, man, you do all this by yourself? And he said, yeah. He said, I got some other guys that work for me. They do different type of plumbing, but can't none of them do anything with copper or anything like this. You know, they can do the basic fittings, but he said they don't know how to do all that type of stuff. Whatever they call it, sweating out the lines and soldering it and making sure everything's fitted right. He said, man, he said, I'm the only one in my case. He owned the company. He said, I'm the only one that knows how to do this. I can't find nobody else to do this. The only people that I know that's doing it is other people that's got companies like me, and they're probably the only ones that's doing it. And yeah, he told me then, he said, yeah, eventually stuff like this be slowly phased out unless you know it or kind of do it to yourself. But I mean, even then, you know, you have the aspect of sabotage and siege. You know, when they seize the food, they seize the water, they seize the air. You know, they'll just put some pollutants or chemicals in the pipes and just, hey, who does this guy think he is? Who the hell does he think he is to have copper? I know it may be cheaper in some areas, but like copper, as far as like the copper we deal with for electrical, of course, it has to go through so much. You know, you got several different gauges of copper, and it's all individually wrapped in plastic, then the paper, then the plastic. So it adds that increase. But man, that wire and stuff's ridiculous. think it was like during COVID or like a little bit after COVID when they said people was going crazy and they was stealing stuff everywhere and things was getting locked up. I said, man, I hope it don't never get that bad here. And as far as the optics and like people stealing stuff, I ain't heard about it. I ain't seen it. I ain't seen like an overwhelming amount of theft. Not in the areas that they're saying it's in, but yeah, shoot, you can't go to the Home Depot, the Lowe's. Hell, they got most of all that locked up. The wires, the breakers, most of your hand tools. Getting it ain't even the hard part. It's finding somebody that knows the code, somebody that's got the key, somebody that knows how to operate a lock. They'll send the one guy over there that just don't know how to open a lock. Like, how do you even get a job at Home Depot or the Lowe's and you can't open a lock? How do you get in at your house? What do you do? You know, why does your key ability knowledge stop where the pros go? You know, how is this even possible? They send this guy over here. He don't even know how to open a numerical lock. I'm like, damn, bro, you just got to put in 4 numbers. You don't know what the 4 numbers are? Started to tell him, hey man, give me the rubber mallet. You know, get this thing open in 5 whacks. I can't think of the channel's name, but there's a ton of them. But there's one I watch his videos from time to time. He shows like different locks and locksmithing type things, but he always challenges these companies. You know, like whatever the different lock companies are, they have these impenetrable. Nobody can break into it. This and that, and yeah, he just laughs them. He just says, "Here, bro, hold my beer." And yeah, he'll put out a video, and at the beginning of his video, he'll show their clip where they say it's indestructible. Nobody can break into it. And dude, every time, about 10, 15 seconds, sometimes shorter than that. Yeah, he's in it. He's already done opened it up. No power tools, no nothing. Yeah, dude. Safes is the same way. He is part of his gig is he does like locksmithing. So you know he makes keys. People get locked out of stuff. He makes keys, but that's another part of his channel. Like people will have a safe, or they'll acquire a safe, or they'll buy a house and they didn't know it had a safe in it, and they find the safe, and of course they don't have the code to get into it, so they call this guy up. And man, some people, I kind of feel bad for him, but it's funny, it's entertaining because the whole time he's talking to him, you know, asking him things, you know, how'd you find out about the safe? You know, just general questions. And some people they're like, yeah, this thing's loaded, bro. And yeah, let's get this thing open. And they pop it open, and it's just nothing in there. There's been sometimes he's popped some like random ones open, and it's been just full of crap, you know, coins, money, old paperwork, photos that people didn't even know. But yeah, a lot of the times, yeah, he opens them up, and it's like, dang, you know, all that hype and that build up, they think something could be in there, and it's nothing, and then they still got to pay him for opening it, you know. I'd be the same way. I'd be like, hell yeah, I hope this thing's full of gold bars, bro. It's more than 7 gold bars in there. I'll pay you in with a gold bar. Whatever a gold bar is worth. I don't know, I guess depending on the weight, you know. What's the going rate of a gold bar? Just help yourself. What we got in here? Got all type of legends creeping in here. Jim Boswell. Second class township code in PA requires copper for water lines in the home. There you go. I like it. You know? Pennsylvania, what is it? Pennsylvania, PA? Yeah, they still get a little bit to strive for, a little bit to look up for, you know? Who else we got in here? Lady Smith, always a pleasure to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Craig the Hunter. Are you talking about Pex the Piper? Pex, is that your new Latin American salsa dancing alias, Mr. Pex? Mr. Pex, salsa dancing man from Guatemala. I like it. You always got to have a good backstory on these characters, you know? Can't just say I'm Jerry from South Des Moines, you know? You got to have a whole backstory to these people. Where they're from, what they're doing, when their birthday is. Senor Pex from Guatemala. A Guatemalan shoe salesman. 5th generation Guatemalan shoe salesman. Yeah, I remember. I don't know how old I was, but my granddad had this uh, one of his old army buddies, and I don't remember. He was doing something to the plumbing or something to the piping out of his house. And it was one weekend I was over with my grandparents, so my granddaddy asked me, did he want to ride? He said, we probably won't have to do nothing, but we'll see. We might go have to give him a hand. So I was like, all right, the heck with it. So we got over there, and uh, he had a couple other people over there, and hell, I got in and helped him dig it up. A tree, a tree had, he had like coming into his house, he had like one of those old, what do you call it, like the terracotta piping. And that old oak tree had just finally got the best of it. It just completely strangled and crushed that pipe. So I mean, we had to dig it up, cut it up. Man, that was ended up being a whole ordeal. But anyway, the cool part about it is I knew he had like a shed in the back that he worked on stuff, but I never really knew what was under it. I knew it was kind of set up funny. But yeah, this dude had an underground bunker in his backyard. The whole time I didn't even know it. I mean, it wasn't no big, massive, like fallout type thing. But yeah, oh man, it was big enough, wide enough. Yeah, you could definitely have a family down in there. Uh, that thing took up about half his backyard. And I always wondered years later, if anybody, and of course the family knew it was there, but I don't know. I guess if you sell something, you got to disclose something like that. I don't know how it is, state to state, place to place. I don't know how it is. Never owned an underground bunker, so I didn't have to disclose that on the property evaluations. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, seventh servant? Good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. I like your timing. Seventh servant on the seventh day. First day. Well, no, it's the first day. Either way, we're here. We made it. We made it. There you go. Definitely make sure. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have, but if you're not familiar, make sure you go over and check out Independent Minnie's channel. Another great channel, another great host. Always a great supporter. Different channels, people of the community. She's definitely got a great talent of bringing people together. Community-based conversation, open mic, musical. I'm like, sometimes you don't realize it. They'll start playing different songs and stuff, and she'll say, "Hey, this is so and so from Chatter. This is so and so." It's amazing. America's definitely got talent. You ain't got to watch Simon Cowell to hear about that. America's definitely got some talent. But yeah, check her out. Mondays. Pretty sure she's going live tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Uh, usually open, always usually open panel. First half is music. The first couple half is musicians, open mics. If you got any music or anything like that, you know how to play an instrument. If you can play the didgeridoo, if you can play the harmonica, if you can play any foreign or exotic instrument, even the guitar, please tune in. Second half, usually conversation. About like here, it can kind of lead any different direction sometimes, but she has a little bit more focus, a little bit more. She keeps people on track, different current topics, things like that. But definitely go over and give it a check out. There you go. Craig doesn't validate a lot of people, so the simple fact that he's validating her awesomeness, that should mean something. If you don't know, now you know. No. Who else we got in there? Always. It's nothing but a chicken wing. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Who else we got creeping in here? Somebody just popped up. Here we go. Greetings and salutations. That's three of my favorite things. Velvet, honey, and suckles. Velvet honeysuckle. Good to see you. I think we just kind of linked up in the YouTube realm recently, but yeah, she also has a channel. I went back and checked her out, and yeah, she has a channel. She has lives, various topics, various different things like that. If one of the mods could drop a link, share her out. So another one I've seen in the community that does different lives, different contents. These people actually do content. I specialize in nonsense. I do it a little bit different over here. Do it a little bit different in Watts World. The home of non-10. Come on, Jim. If you could sing and dance like Michael Jackson, why wouldn't you, bro? I'd pay to see that. If you as yourself right now, how I can visualize you, could just bust out dancing like Mike and singing like Mike, bro, I change it to the Jim Boswell show. You know what I mean? I just transfer all my data. I just make you the gatekeeper of Watts World, bro. I just would let you have it. If you could bust out in a Michael Jackson number, you know? I could see that, though. I could see you having a little loose knees back in the day. I could see you having a little extra knee back in the day, doing a little shagging, you know? Going down to one of those South Carolina Myrtle Beach shag fests. Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, that's one of the things I kind of snack on there during the day. I got like cases of those things, yeah. Pumpkin seeds, oh yeah. I had to be careful in them things. I'll graze through half a bag and not even know it. But it's convenient, handy. Get you a little bit of salt, a little bit of nutritional fix. I forget how much protein they got in it. They're pretty high in protein, no doubt. Hamur, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. What's that? Craig's tipping off. He's going to get some beauty rest. Top notch. No doubt. Top notch. Let's see here. Ooh, excuse me. There you go. Definitely go out and show Velvet Honeysuckle some love. Tell her that Watts World Wildlife sent you. It's three of my favorite things. You should at least have some interest to go check it out. Velvet, honey, and suckles. All in one. I always say I was going to start the broadcast with the chat thing on the side, but oh well. Better late than never. Better late than never. It's one of those things I say I'm going to do every time and never do it. Did I ever put the link in the chat? I don't think I did. I guess we can open up the asylum doors. I didn't even realize I've been rambling this long. Nobody checked me. Nobody said, what the hell are you doing up there, bro? The hell are you even talking about? Well, maybe I don't need to be musically inclined in, you know? Maybe it's good I'm not a musician or a singer, you know? I don't know if I can handle it. Pilgrim, if you see fit, I'll let you pick the safe word. If you want it to be a safe word, lay it on me. Lay it on me, Pilgrim. It's probably better you pick it anyway. People tell me I pick the unsafest safe words. People start to feel unsafe just by the sheer mentioning of the word. I'm like, damn. They're saying the thing just to say that they're scared of the thing. See, that's why I don't think I could ever upgrade my shitty audio system. You know, I don't think I should upgrade past this Obama phone and Taco Bell Wi-Fi. You know, so once I get more clarification, more clarity, more G's, it may just, you know, just sound like crap. It's like seeing things in a poorly lit bar room. They just look a little bit different once they're well lit. Well lit versus the smoky, shady, low lit bar room. It's a different story. And shenanigans. There you go. Let it be so. And at any point in the remainder of tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any type or form of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't quite describe, Tonight's safe word is shenanigans. Don't ask me to spell it. I'm gonna trust Pilgrim spelling. It looks bona fide enough, you know. There you go. You hadn't had one in so long, some people's probably confused, you know. They say, what the hell does that even mean? Let's get the hell out of here. I guess this is our cue. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. They're losing their shit. This guy's talking about safe words. He's talking about the British are coming. Yeah, it's just some words, you know, I just shoot it out there and hopefully autocorrect gets it close enough, you know. Yeah. I'd probably started typing it in and it probably came out like shiitake mushrooms or, you know, who knows what it would have threw out there. Perfect timing. See, now it's safe enough for Bonnie. See, now we got safe words. We got nice settings, you know. Bonnie, it's good to see you. Welcome back to the asylum. Yeah. Just hopefully the spell check gets me close enough, you know. I'm trying to spell shenanigans and it just starts naming out everything I need from the grocery store, you know. Tate, good to see you, sir. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. As always, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Whatever show that was from. The Welcome Back show. Operators. Hello? Hello, operator. I've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty policy. Please press 1 for more details. Numero dos. There you go. Welcome back. That's what I was thinking. Sometimes it's too obvious, you know? Like you underthink it and you're like, yeah, that's that obvious. And you're like, nope, wrong. It was just too obvious. That's how they get you. Yeah, welcome back, Carter. Definitely never seen the show. I know about the show or whatever, but probably just subliminally in my mind, seeing a highlight or something. Can't unsee it. Welcome back. Welcome back, Agent Carter. Vinny Barbarino over here, huh? Vinny Barbarino, huh? Anybody know what happened to Vinny Barbarino, huh? Nobody knows what happened to Vinny, huh? Okay, all right. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh yeah, I miss the 1900s. I do miss the 1900s at times. I ain't gonna lie. Probably get me a shirt. Probably get me a shirt made and just says I miss the 1900s. See what type of poll response or questionnaire that generates. You know, some people might have to Google it. They're like, "What are the 1900s? What the hell is that?" Might have been a little Travolta in there. You know, it might have been a little strut. It might have been a little strut for sure. About 12% Travolta. I don't know. He was like one of them. He was like, what's his name? It wasn't like a lot of great movies, but it was like him and like Nicolas Cage, man. They were like putting out like they were in like a new movie or a couple movies a year. It might have been like a crappy movie, but I'm thinking, man, they're still putting out movies. Hey, they got Nicolas Cage. I hadn't seen it. I thought it was going to be a movie. I thought they originally marketed it as a movie, but it's I guess it's a TV show. The Spider-Man Noir, uh, kind of set back in like I don't know, what's it, the 1920s, 1930s, kind of like that old school kind of detective look, that black and white old school like Noir-esque. But I said, damn, they got Nicolas Cage playing Spider-Man. what the hell's going on? I definitely could have got a job in Hollywood, you know? I might not have been Spider Man, but damn, they got Nicolas Cage as Spider Man. Who the hell didn't get the job? You know, how the hell did who did he beat out to be that role? It's crazy. Who does he keep competing up against? Jack Nicholson? He must have been going up against Jack Nicholson and what's the other guy? Damn, I can't even think of his name. The Douglas guy. Shh, ain't no telling. There you go. Well, I guess they didn't have much to say. Guess they didn't have much to say, and same thing, same exact thing. You know, no matter how you dial it, you're going to get the same operator. 1-800 Kaka. Oh, it was funny. I remember at one point we had when I was younger, we had this Puerto Rican couple that lived. It was like the lot we had, and it was like there wasn't nothing there. Then it was their lot. So I mean, really, that was our neighbor, but cool, super friendly people. Uh, I talked about them before, but anyway, uh, their daughter lived with them, and she had two kids, two little boys. One was older, but the smallest one, man, he was like, I don't know how old he was. He might have just had started school, but he was like super talkative, super inquisitive, super smart. He would just start telling you about all this type of stuff that you probably wouldn't even have thought of, or even just been like, you know. Uh, but his grandma and his grandpa, they would always be outside working in the gardens and doing stuff. So he'd get to running around picking up stuff, and she would always say, "No, don't touch that, Giovanni. That's caca. Grandma, everything you say is caca. Everything you say is caca, Grandma. Everything." Oh, that was funny. I'm thinking, damn, this kid's already done had a full life, full education, full ride scholarship, and he ain't even started pre-K yet. Ain't no telling whatever happened to him. Shit, that was funny. What do you mean, Grandma? Everything you say is caca. Everything. So, well, you got it easy, kid. You know, we used to always have the talks before you go into the store with my mom. All right, now, don't be touching with nothing. Don't be fiddling with nothing. The things we're gonna get, and that was that. You know, yeah, don't touch nothing. Don't even look at it too long. Don't even look at it too long. I ain't got a coupon for that one. Who's in labor? Man, Jim, you're telling your age with the Jerry Lewis telethons, you know? Yeah, yeah, I can't get a better setup now. And if you ever hear the true quality and you know, it may just sound completely horrible. I think I'm at best with this horrible audio setup. But I appreciate that. You're too kind. Too kind. Kinda. Kinda. Not sorta. I got just Sunday. You know, can't expect too much for Sunday. Uh, yeah, definitely won't be a 5 hour broadcast. It definitely won't be a 5 hour Jerry Thana Lewis tribute, but be on for a little bit while longer. Who knows? I'm too old for Labor Day. Yeah, when is Labor Day? It's what, the first Monday? The first Monday in September? However many days away that is. 20 something days, 3 weeks maybe. Oh, sorry about that. I had to stretch the old legolas. What are we looking at here? Oh, no doubt. No doubt. And, oh, no. 29 days. Okay. September the 7th, 29 days. There we go. On the 7th. On the frontage road. Huh. Yeah, that's right. It's the Monday. That's right. It's 27 or 26 days away till Georgia has its first game. So, yeah, that's right. It's that Monday following. Oh, hell. All type of hell's going to be. Oh, hell yeah. That's perfect. I have a 3-day weekend. Heck yeah. Bulldogs kicking off and you got a 3-day weekend. Shoot, I might go down to the beach. I might go back down to the beach for Labor Day. Get one last good hoorah in it. Yeah, no doubt. We're like, yeah, we're less than 48 hours away. Less than 48 hours away, Bunny. You know, I got two hands. If you're in my vicinity and you see me floating around with my bulldog gear on, just try to twist and shout your way over. There you go. The OG. The OG time zone. East Coast, son. East Coast, West Coast, son. Yeah. I don't know, I got a buddy of mine. He's going down to, I think he's going back down to Destin, Florida. I don't know. Either I might do my own thing or I might see what's going on in Destin. Oh, there would be. There would be. You know, be a couple different flags flying, but definitely one of them would be the Georgia G. You know, you just gotta guesstimate. You just gotta holler, out, "Hey, what?" If don't nobody respond, then it's not me. If I say, "What the hell do you want?" then it's probably me. It's 50-50. Take your time, money. Take your time. That's a third of the battle, especially if you done acquired stuff and brought back more stuff than you left with. No, that was definitely my situation. But it all worked out. It'll all work out. Yeah, Labor Day. That's the I forget how many official days we got left in summer, but that's like the official wind down or ending the summer, pretty much. Even if the weather don't feel like it. Yeah, Destin is nice. I know it's nice during the 4th of July, but it's just so many people on the 4th. Oh man, Labor Day it's not too bad. You still got a little bit of a crowd, but not too many. You don't have too many like big groups or like families a lot during that time, especially with school already back in for certain areas. They ain't got all their vacationing in. Every little thing is gonna be all right. Yeah, three little birdies. I can't remember the song. If it was to come on, I would know every word to it. But yeah, just to remember it like that. I can remember a lot of stuff, but music, not so much. Some songs, a lot of songs I know subconsciously, but yeah, I don't. It's a complete mythical language until the music drops. Then all those little keys just come right back to you. Yeah, I think everybody in my area or the surrounding areas, they done went back. My niece and nephew, they don't went back. They went back at some point last week. I don't know. They definitely shifted the school year since I got out. Uh, it don't seem like we went back in like the beginning of August like that. It seemed like we went back in at least like in the second week, or I don't know. Maybe they shifted to summer break. I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, go in there and take your night classes. You know. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard a bad Bob Marley song. Even in some of them with his like real strong like dialect, certain things you can make out. Some things you can't. Still, just the flow, the pitch, the resonance, the beat. It's definitely one of a kind. Definitely was a time a certain artist had a certain sound. You know, you didn't have to question like who is this or who is that. They just their voice sounded like nothing else. Nice. School's back in session. Ole Miss. Yeah, they got good programs. Um, a wide variety of programs. Ole Miss, yeah, it's definitely a good school. Uh, Academia, sports related, no doubt. Yeah, the Ole Miss, they're the rebels, but the Mississippi State University, they're Bulldogs. They're not the real Bulldogs, but I don't know who approved that really. I think they done got rid of the guy who approved that. They let in too many Bulldogs. You know what I mean? You can't have but one top dog. You can have other dogs, other collegiate creatures and mascots, but you can only have one top dog. They didn't think that well. They didn't think that through too well. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to remember watching them. I think it was like Saturday. I think it was Saturday. Sometimes, like after the cartoons would go off on Fox, then they start playing Soul Train, and sometimes I listen in and different things. But yeah, Soul Train, Don Cornelius. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was all like old original episodes that was replaying on TV then. I don't know how long they made new episodes or how long the broadcast went on. Greetings and salutations. Anybody I might have missed, anybody joining, anyone at the sound of my voice, tuning in visually, audibly, from the mothership, from the Galactic Federation, telepathically. How you found this broadcast? I appreciate it. Let's see here. Bear with me. Wrapped up tighter than Fort Knox around here. A little too tight. Soul Train. Dang, 2006, really? 71 to 2006. Huh. I didn't know it went on until 2000. I thought it stopped maybe in the 90s, maybe. How about that? Hell, they didn't ever give us no new episodes. All the ones they were showing on Fox were like from the, shoot, probably the 70s or the early 80s by the clothes and the style of hair they had. Definitely the music and the dance for sure. A lot of them songs, heck, back in the day, you could dance or groove off any one of them. Now it's like, you listen to a song, it's like, I don't know about this one. There's some rhythm, there's some melody, but feels like a dance challenge. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's like me. I don't know if I have a Really can't say I have a favorite genre or favorite artist. I like to hear different music when I like to hear it, whatever I may be feeling, you know. I just play it off my phone or off a speaker because I can't do any earbuds. I can't do earbuds or earphones. They bother me. I can't stand anything inside of my ear like that or covering up my ear. I don't know. Never really liked it. Always was a weird feeling. Never did anything like that. No type of wearables. I got a mobile phone. That's bad enough, you know. Definitely no extra wearables. I don't need five different symbiote versions of my mobile phone attached to me, you know. Get the mobile glasses, the mobile watch, the mobile earbuds, the mobile hat, the mobile shirt, you know. Get the mobile shirt that's got the buttons, they're just built in microphones and cameras, you know. Get the full meta experience. Now, is it fake now or is it just people seeing it for what it really may be, you know? Could be. Could be a little bit of both. I definitely believe in sometimes more than one thing can be true at the same time. I know it's just, you know, one more form. But yeah, it's tracked me enough with my phone. I definitely don't need any more. I've got different watches, different timepieces, but very rarely would I wear them. Sometimes if I go out, I might put one on, you know, put a watch on, but very rarely will I wear one during work or anything like that. And that's just the regular watches. Yeah, just left the show, no doubt, no doubt. Authenticity can attract and opposites can attract, you know. Sometimes the opposites attract for just the general curiosity or knowledge. Hey, what's going on? What's going on over here? What's going on over here in this neck of the woods, you know? Coming from the south side, just want to see what the north side was looking like. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. That's all I know, not the rest of the song. Shoot, I entered a free raffle one time. Didn't expect to win it because it was free. I just said the heck with it. I really had done forgot what the heck the raffle was for. But it had a number that called me. I didn't recognize it, so I said, all right, I'll call them back. And a little while later, the number called again, so I said, well, damn, that's the same number. So I answered it, and I thought it was a scam at first. Hell, I had done forgot I entered the drawing. And it was like, yeah, this so and so is so and so. You entered the drawing at so and so, so and so. You won the prize. And I said, well, what did I win? And I don't know, it was like 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, whatever the newest version of the Apple Watch, the Apple wearable watch. And I said, all right, that's cool. And went and picked it up or whatever. But yeah, I didn't never even have an iPhone. Never had an iPhone. Never had an iPad. Whatever the music player was back in the day, what they used to call the i. Hey, I forget the music player. Yeah, I ain't never had none of that. I ain't just ended up selling it. Yeah, even if I would have had the iPhone that was connectable with it, yeah, I wouldn't even have used it. I'd still got rid of it, sold it, gave it away. Steam v Fleetwood Mac. Is that the song or is that the person? If that's the case. I don't know where the heck I heard it. It's just like kind of been cycling through my head all day. You know how you get one of those songs or like a chorus just stuck in your head out of nowhere. Like that one song that was it came out years ago, and then that movie came out and it made it famous again. I forget the movie or whatever, but they're in like Australia, and the guy tries to kidnap the woman, and he's like, "All right, you got so many seconds to run until this song ends," and it's uh, damn, I can't think of the group or the when it came out, but yeah, that song came out years ago. But man, once that movie dropped and they used it in that movie, shoot, man, that song was everywhere. Da 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 da. Okay, I guess it makes sense. I'm not immune to the earworm. You know, I thought I had a certain level of immunity, but I guess my immunity wore down a little bit on the earworms. I do put out a lot of audio vandalism, so I guess it's what I get. You know, putting out so much verbal and audio vandalism into people's ears. You know, I guess it was only a matter of time before I got it back at me. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. Well, like that one guy, he had like an interesting name. I think it was like Dogface or something like that. The guy, he went viral. He was just on the skateboard playing the what's that name? Playing from that one group that you just mentioned, sipping on ocean spray cranberry juice on his skateboard. You know, here you go again. You want your freedom. Who am I to disagree? Yeah, that dude went viral. They ended up giving him like a sponsorship with the ocean spray juice. He was riding a skateboard. He didn't have a car. I think they got somehow gave him a car. It was crazy. It's crazy how certain things like that go viral. You know, I think a lot of people are saying that. You know, I think it's because the New York Knicks won the NBA championship, so everything is just trending that way. You know, for some reason, people's just liking Stevie Nicks now. They don't even realize it's just subconsciously been put there by the NBA. There you go. Sounds about right. I'm a little tilted sometimes, you know. Sitting sideways, what life's in a daze. If you know, you know, that's cool. If you don't know, I probably wouldn't advise Googling that one right now. Yeah, you probably won't be back this broadcast. You'll be so far in the rabbit hole. Mm, be ready to run into Bugs Bunny. Yeah, I think they said there was some type of, I don't think it was a lunar eclipse, maybe a solar eclipse. I don't know where in the world it's going to be visible from. I hadn't looked really much into it, but I hadn't heard a lot of extra about it, so I just assumed that it wasn't going to be viewable from the United States. I think all that's taking place Wednesday. I think Virginia, she kind of laid it all out there the other night in that article she looked up. She named all the different convergence and alignments, and uh, the one term she said about the moon, where basically, never heard that term before. Not saying it doesn't happen or hasn't happened. Obviously, it's happened before if they give it a name or a title, but a lot of stuff we hear sounds like bullshit or it sounds like bullshit to me, but times I do think it's just a little, I don't know, it's a little sus. Just because we don't hear about something happening don't mean it hadn't happened or isn't happening. I don't even think it's what it's, I I don't know, with as much power or as much understanding or knowledge or focus or discipline as we could have, if we could harness 100% of our being, 100% of ourselves, there's still going to be a lot we can't do. But I could just imagine to whatever level it is now. I don't think it is like a flat line basis, I don't think it would be different for each person. Okay, hell yeah. It'd be my luck. I'll probably generate all type of Dr. Seuss and Bob Ross cloudage. Hell yeah. They'll make the Bob Ross clouds and the Dr. Seuss clouds have baby clouds, and that's what they'll put over Georgia. Yeah, I'll be out here sitting in my lawn chair looking up at the sky. I can't see nothing. Just got Shenandoah, this moon over Georgia on repeat. She chose the moon over Georgia when it came down to his heart of mine. Gotta love it. It's a classic. It's a classic song. Don't let your hate or mistrust or misunderstanding of Georgia trigger you and keep you away from the song, Stars over Georgia is still a beautiful thing, even the moon. Happy little trees, happy little clouds. Happy, happy, happy. Happy, happy, happy. I think that's something that probably used to make me unhappy. When somebody says happy too many times, when they hit you with that third happy, you just start questioning it. You're like, all right, there's a reason. Well, we can't be this happy. Maybe two happies if you're pushing it, but you're hitting it with the 3-strike rule, bro. That was AI. That was all highly integrated, futuristic AI. Yeah, depends on who you're asking, who you're polling, But nah, I get you. Yeah, certain parts. Yeah, you wouldn't even here on Georgia. If you ever seen any of those maps of like the United States where it shows like all the lights and stuff, you just see that huge surge on the East Coast, then you see that huge surge up the West Coast, and then all your little twinkles here in between. Definitely focalized. Besides the few little pockets through the heartland of America or through the Midwest, those cities. But yes, deep in the East Coast or deep in the West Coast, you definitely could block out a lot of things with light pollution. That's true. Most people can't even acknowledge to appreciate the happy sus, They hear sus, they think sus, and it's just all sus, There could be some good suspects, and there's some bad suspects. Not everybody in the lineup's a bad guy. You just had to have somebody to fill that role, you know what I mean? Somebody had to be number 5. That job would suck, You're looking for some extra cash and you just apply to be like a police lineup guy. I don't even think they even do nothing like that no more. That's probably been phased out. But yeah, back in the day, you just get paid like $75 an appearance or something, to be a lookalike guy or a lookalike woman. Oh, that'd be shitty. Everybody in there knows that you're just a fill-in for the job, but then you go in there and old Grandma Nana's like, yep, that's the guy, that's the gal, and they're pointing at you. You're like, oh shit. And it set me up. It was an intervention the whole time. And they got to go over the loudspeaker and say, no, Nana, no, Nana. That's just the add in. That's the extra. And everybody else is looking around at you, looking suspect, One of them's the guy. Yeah, it's too much. $75 an appearance ain't worth it. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind. He was way behind. He was looking to make a deal. Or if the beat came on, I could sing every word to it, but I think they even did like a remake or another compilation or to a part to it. I heard it a couple times. I'm not familiar or it didn't get as much pull as the original, of course. Yeah. He was in a bind. He was way behind. He was looking to make a deal. So he ran into old Johnny. Old Johnny got him right. That's one thing about it. You run in life, you run across a character named Johnny. You got to question it. You got to take 2 steps back. You know what I mean? He could be that guy, you know? Trust me, bro. You're not that guy. Especially in Georgia. You know what I mean? The guy says his name's Johnny. You just automatically assume he knows some shit. You know what I mean? He's got a certain look to him. You're like, yeah, this guy was in Nam, you know. He was in the shits. Old Johnny. Even if he ain't did none of that type of stuff, he just looks like he had that look, you know. Like he probably did a little bouncing back in the day, maybe a little few carnivals here and there, setting up merry-go-rounds or something. You know what I mean? Man, life of a carny. About to say they should have a show about that. The real life of the carnies. You know, I don't even know if they could show that. They show all the other stuff they show on TV. They ought to be able to show that. They got 50 different Real Housewives, 50 different Love Islands, Love Planets, Big Brother season 69, Survivor season 114. It's crazy. hmm Made them play the fiddle. Yeah, I wish I was. I don't know. Maybe I can still do it. You know, I just think about it. Even if I did pick up it and gain some level of knowledge or some type of musical inclination, it's just like, damn. You know, I could have been playing this thing the whole time. I'd have been a pro by now. You know, I missed 20 years of playing the guitar, the banjo, the violin. Oh, maybe I'm too big for the violin. That'd be a little awkward. And I'd probably just stick with the guitar. Even the banjo, I think the banjo would get a little sus. Depending on how the audience took it, it could go 50-50. You know, half the crowd's busting out their spoons, clapping along. The other half, they're looking for the exit. They're like, oh shit, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here before we have dueling banjos. Cello? The cello? Is that how you pronounce it? Cello? I think I can visually see the cello. That's like an oversized guitar or like an oversized, I forget what it is. I think that may be it, the cello. It kind of looks like an oversized violin, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I could be a celloist. I could be a cello extraordinaire. Huh, I didn't know the cello was that popular. There we go. I might have missed my calling, but don't worry. If it's meant to be, I'll find it. Yeah, who the hell do you go? I got a lot of guys I could call about stuff, but who do you call for a cello? You know what I mean? Guess I just had to go to the music store. Can you please direct me to your cello section, sir? What do you mean? You just walked past them. It's the only instruments in here that's as big as you are, guy. You know what I mean? I probably could pick up the cello and just play it like a guitar. I don't even know if you could do it that way. I've seen certain videos where different people, they'll play like the guitar or different instruments, but they don't play them like, I guess, how they were intended to be played. They have like their own little style about it, and it creates like a totally different sound. I forgot what instrument that was. Or I've even seen a couple people do guitars like that. They play it. They got their own different way to play it, and it just creates an entirely different sound. Uh, you can't imitate it or duplicate it unless you're just doing exactly what they're doing. If that even makes sense. There we go. The instrument formerly known as cello, now known as the Watt-sized violin. Yeah, that's got a little bit more ring to it than cello. You know, Out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, I'm just running around, just knee sliding on the stage, strumming the cello. You know what I mean? Dong, 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 dong. Or however it sounds, I don't know. It's probably definitely not the cello sound. It's like an out of tune cello. It's like a jello. He had too many pudding cups where he tried to play. No, I had a buddy of mine. He was like that. He could play the guitar. He could play a couple different stringed instruments, and he could play drums. He could play pretty much any style of drums. And that's what he did in high school. He played the drums, and he also was in part of the. I don't know. I think they always had it. I don't think it was nothing that was created, but they had like a special little section. You know, people that could play like guitars or whatever, like a separate little whatever you call it, music group or whatever. Yeah, he would do that. He'd go out there and rock out on the guitar. Then he play the drums, rock out on the drums, and it get to a point where they're doing stuff with the band. He got to run back up there, do the band drum stuff. But I think he just kind of learned how to do that stuff on the road. I think his parents was in the military, or his dad was in the one of them was in the military, so they traveled a lot by the time they got to where he was at now. Yeah, they done went everywhere. Went to Japan, Europe, different places in America, and ultimately kind of just rested here in this area. I think they already had family here in this area, and then uh, Fort Gordon here kind of made the transition or rehousing a little bit smoother, I guess. Some people would say that, you know. Some people would say that, there's always room for the jello. I could stomach the pudding. I could eat certain puddings, but jello, no, I was never a jello fan, even as a kid. I remember one time we went to some party or something. It had to have been a birthday because there was just only one cake. You know, it wasn't no cookout, it wasn't no festival, so there wasn't several cakes or desserts. But they made this cake, and from the outside, I thought it was like a regular cake. You know, I'm looking at uh, it was round with a little design on it. You could tell it was made in like a big bunt can, not bunt can, a bunt pan. You know, one of them old school style pans with the designs in it, and with some type of like glaze on it. So I'm like, hell yeah. Nobody ever mentioned what kind of cake it was, and as a kid, I'm thinking, man, this is suspect. Ain't nobody said if it's chocolate cake, vanilla cake, you know. Oh well, man, they cut into this joker, and it was a Jello cake. I said, man, never in my life have I ever heard of a Jello cake. You know, I tried it. I tried to be a good sport about it, but yeah, it was like I don't know. It definitely wasn't for my palate. It was like it probably would have been good, but it was like the fruits in it tasted bad. The little whatever the heck the stuff was in between, like some yogurt or man, it was just There was definitely one time I didn't ask for more cake. Hell, I didn't even finish the piece I had. So who the hell is making Jello mixed with yogurt pudding cakes? I'm like, man, I felt weird. I felt like I shouldn't have even been at the party. I'm thinking, what type of kid's asking for this? You know? Start questioning my friendship with this individual. My mom don't even got to give me the talk. I just think I gave her the talk. All right, mom. I don't care if they ask or not anymore. We're not. You can, but I'm not going to any more of their functions. You know, that's a wrap. That is a wrap, no doubt. Some good homemade banana pudding. Oh hell yeah! My mom used to make that all the time, like especially like during the summertime. Oh man, that's like a refreshing treat. Sometimes she'd make like an extra one, but she'd do it a little different. She'd make it like the same way she would the banana pudding, but like when strawberries was in season, she put one make one with strawberries. And oh man, that was an interesting combination. Kind of liked it though. It was different, but it was good. I still like the OG straight banana one better, but yeah, that strawberry one kind of gave it a little different kick. Gave it a little booster you didn't know you could have. Hell yeah. Yeah, I could eat me a decent portion right now. Or, I don't even know. Dang, I lost my train of thought. I got sidetracked with the mental, visual, and thoughts of the banana puddings. Man, kind of lost my bearing there for a minute. That's gonna take a minute to get over. Dang. I know we got this local franchise. It started out as one family had they was started they had like a convenience store, and then the husband, he was real good at cooking. Well, the husband and the wife was real good at cooking, but he was known for his fried chicken and his different sides. Well, they built on a little addition to their convenience store and just started selling, fried chicken, a few little sides, macaroni and cheese, sweet tea, lemonade. It kind of started as that thing, and then it just blossomed. It bloomed where they got so much business and so much clientele that they had to open up a standalone restaurant by itself. And that standalone restaurant is known as Wife Saver. I put it in chat because I noticed the lag. People don't know what the heck I'm saying. They can't even go. Half the time they get pissed off at me. They can't Google what I'm saying because they don't know what I'm saying. But this is the guy. He ended up making a standalone restaurant called Wife Saver. Kind of in honor of his wife. Save your wife the trouble from cooking and backbreaking over dinner. Come to us. We got you here at Wife Savers. And shoot, eventually it got too much for that one building. And I think now locally they got, it's just a local franchise, but here locally probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 different locations that I can think of. It's definitely news you can't use, but yeah, their food's good. They got fried chicken, fried catfish, pot roast, hamburger steak, chicken fried steak, lima beans, collard greens, mac and cheese, corn casserole, fried okra, salads, uh, still sweet tea and lemonade. And their little catch slogan, they got like commercials on the radio and stuff, but their little catch thing is at the end they always have this little kid that says, "Don't forget the banana pudding. Don't forget the banana pudding." Oh, that gets them every time, you know. You hear the little kid at the end whispering about the banana pudding. Oh, it triggers something in you. You got to get it. Can't go up there and get the family feast and not get a banana pudding. But all their stuff's good. Even they're the ones that still, when the Masters golf tournament comes, the Wife Saver Kitchens, they're one of the big partners and contributors that help put out a lot of the concessions. They use the Wife Saver Kitchens to make a lot of the to make all the like egg salads, chicken salads, all the different sandwiches they make. They do the pulled pork there. Uh, a lot of the cookies and stuff that they're baking fresh and putting out, they're making in their kitchens. Yeah, during the Masters week, oh yeah, all the Wife Savers in the area, they're wide open. And people leave from the Masters, they're like, well, dang, where the heck did this sandwich at? So they go find the Wife Saver and go buy some. So makes no sense. It's definitely one of those things you had to be there, you know. Hopefully you can feel it. More passion, more energy, more passion, more energy. Oh, what that one lady say in that one little skit? Oh, that was so funny. What she say? Oh, I can't even remember now. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm gonna have to check out the. Definitely check that out. Gotcha. From a movie soundtrack. Gotcha. Definitely check it out. Who knows? I may be bona fide in the arts of the cello coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be fearful. We'll get through it. We'll figure it out. I don't know. Maybe I need to start small, get like a regular guitar and work up. Don't want to set my sights too high and crash out on the cello. I think if you crash out on the cello and give up, that's pretty much it. You can't really see yourself going back to another instrument after that. What else can you do? Hmm? Can't name one, can you? Yeah, it's definitely feeling like summer again. Like 2 days ago, it would have been already down in the 70s. Now I think it still feels like it's upper 80s, maybe low 90s. Ain't no telling. Definitely could feel the difference. Just gonna do it the lazy way. This week shouldn't be too bad. We got a couple. We got one, two, three. We got four houses. Four houses wired up, pretty much ready for uh, first inspection. I think we got to tweak a few things, but nothing outside of our realm. And then the fourth house we just finished last week. I already know it's going to be a while on this one. Just one of them type of builders that ain't in no hurry about anything. Heck, we wired up the whole house, and the HVAC guys ain't even been there. They ain't even did nothing. So I already know how that's going to go. The HVAC, they're going to start crying because there was a wire in the way, and they can't move it over. So then we're going to have to go back, and we're going to have to move the wire for them. It never fails. That's why me personally, if I'm wiring up something, I'll wait. I'll let the plumbers get in there, run all their stuff. I'll let the HVAC get in there, run all their stuff. That way, after all said and done, it ain't no complaints. Everybody's in their own zone. Everybody's got their own path. But yeah, I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse, the HVAC guys or the sheetrockers. I think they're like in a competition amongst themselves sometimes. Especially the sheetrockers. You're in there, you done cut power on the house, and you're like wondering why this whole room ain't working or the hallway ain't working. And you're going around and looking like, hold on, we got outlets covered up, we got switches covered up. They just, for whatever reason, didn't cut them out. So of course, yeah, you're not gonna have a complete circuit, a complete sequence. But yeah, in the mix of doing all that, that's the last thing you want to do. That's the last thing you want to do is be cutting up walls, hacking up walls, even if it's not your fault. That's the last thing you want to do at the trim out stage. Everything should have been put in place and where you needed it to be. Let's see here. Oh, we got something brewing. We got something stirring in the background, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Somebody's beaming up. Who we got here? Bunnies. Bunnies, gentlemen. Welcome in. Had to use it last night. I thought it was broken. Thought I forgot how to use it. But I had audio tune, Bunny. How are you?
Uh, I'm hanging in there.
Got you just getting back from your trip.
Yes. So then there's laundry, and none of the plants got watered. Had to water everything and revive. Babysit the granddaughter for a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I played it smart this trip, Bunny. When I went out of town last week, it was at the Airbnb. So they got the washers, the dryers, they got everything. Shoot, that last day or that last night, shoot, I just went ahead and everything I had dirty or messed up at that point, I just throwed it in there. Got that extra little bit of free use out of them. You know,
Good deal.
one
Yeah,
less thing to worry about when I come back.
true.
Which I ain't got to come back to much, but still, shorten my own to-do list. Anytime you can shorten your own to-do list, I guess that can be a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of good to be back home and have my daughter doctor in my arms. So that helps because it's really hard when you're not left-handed to try and wrap it. Yeah, it's just good having her do it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. To use your less dominant hand on certain things. Oh, yeah.
Yes. But yeah, it was a fun weekend. So we went to the swing dance thing and it's lessons. And I was just sitting there watching. I took some video, but I'm not sure that I should post it.
Little dirty dancing.
It's the people. Oh no, no. And but when they were doing it, I was like, "That's the whip." That's what we called it back when I was dancing.
They were out there whipping.
No, that's I call it, but
They're doing
they
a
were
modified.
calling.
It was whipping the nay. Nowadays they call it whipping the nay, Bunny. Watch me whip, watch me nay. You
Wait,
probably don't know about it. Definitely don't Google it.
what? Don't say nay.
What name? The name that shall not be named?
that's that's what we call something that.
What, the nay? Well,
Yeah.
maybe that's why they call it. Maybe that's why they're whipping it. I don't know. I don't know why they're whipping it, Bunny. They're just whipping it.
Oh no.
Who knows? Anyways, I yield. Devil Dog, good to see you, sir. Listening and making notices and affidavits. There you go. Keep them on notice. Keep them on check. That clearly, yeah. I thought I had a few wild endeavors. She got loose. You're out there whipping it, Dang.
Well, I wasn't at the beach this time.
Yeah, my whipping was very minimal. I did very little. Maybe a few strut. There was a little strut down the boulevard, maybe, but yeah, no whipping it on my end.
I don't get near as injured at the beach as I did over there. Goodness, that was.
Vacation war wounds.
Yeah, I'll have scars for sure. Crazy dogs. But to everybody you got, that's great. It's good to see all y'all.
Oh yeah, got some legends rolling in like hotcakes.
Yeah.
Forgot to turn off the hot, fresh, and ready sign. That may be why they just started coming in. They thought there was something hot, there was something fresh, and it was ready. I just didn't feel like turning the sign off.
Yeah.
Come in and get some of these gently used donuts. They're only a couple hours old.
That's first thing I did was got Manila minis whenever I got home. I'm like, ah,
There you go.
because they didn't have any where we were at. And
That ain't bad. They're minis, They're minis, Bunny.
yeah, they're minis, so they shouldn't be as fattening, right?
No, they're just easy to put down,
Yeah.
Go through a handful of them, and before you even know it. I guess it's only a problem if you start using that as cereal. You just dumps a bowl full of what do you call them? Vanilla wafer minis in a bowl and put milk on them and start eating them like cereal. Maybe it's a problem then. Maybe I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I used to be addicted to the vanilla frosting, but they changed it. But anyway, and then when I started eating the Nilla Mini, I was like, wait, wonder what it would taste like with the frosting on there. So then I was making Nilla frosting cookies.
Oh man, we was reinventing the wheel,
It was so good.
reinventing the confectionery wheel.
And I was like, okay, this is probably way too much sugar.
My mom used to do that sometimes. She would make up like this. I don't know what else she put in it, but she would make up like this, like a vanilla ice cream mix, and then she would
Mhm.
get like those. I guess they still make them, but I remember as a kid they had the chocolate graham crackers, and she would get
Yeah,
those and put the stuff in there and put those on there and make like homemade ice cream sandwiches. Of course, she didn't make the cookies. I mean, you could have took it even further and made that. She did a lot of baking and cooking, but yeah, she
yeah,
didn't make those graham crackers. But yeah, man, them things was good. It's like a homemade ice cream sandwich.
yes, that sounds good. Mm,
You could do it with any one of them, you know. But yeah, the chocolate one, it kind of taste like uh, a ice cream sandwich in a way.
yeah,
Good stuff.
yep. Mary remembers. I'm sure everybody remembers. Shane used to give me such a hard time.
I don't even know if she still got it. I doubt she still got it. It works, but she had like one of them. Uh, it looked like the old manual style, but it was one you put on your counter and plug in. You know, kind of looked like that old style, but it was electric. Yeah, you put all your ingredients in there, and
The
it
ice
didn't
cream.
take. Yeah, it didn't take long. You know, you put the ice or the rock salt mix in there. Yeah, it didn't take long before she ever
Yeah.
did like that, getting the ice cream and stuff together. She put the salt and stuff in there to go ahead and let it start chilling and getting everything cold. So yeah,
Hmm.
once you put everything in there and crunk it up, man, it wasn't no time. She was just making regular ice cream, but if you was making like the ice cream sandwiches or something, you had to wait. Damn, you're just halfway done, you know, halfway done.
I never used one of the machines. We always had the crank, had the kids sitting on top of it to hold the top down.
We had one of them at some point. Well, I don't know if it was my mom's or it was. We did it at my grandma's house a couple times. The whole, you know, yeah, the crank system. Um, the one my mom had, it was a digital one, but it looked like the crank. If you ever seen like the old crank ones, it looked like a wooden
Yeah,
style barrel with the, and it looked like it had the gears at the top. It looked like that, but it just didn't have no handle.
yeah.
It was electric, but it was cool. Uh, I don't know. She probably bought that thing in the '80s, and she probably got it from like a Sears catalog. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Virginia, yes, you're in the right place.
Now
Don't
you're
you be
definitely not in
tiptoeing.
the right place, Virginia. Just evac and regroup. What's this say? Pardon me, is this to my grandmother puts Miracle Whip and sweet pickles in her ham sandwiches support group? Never mind. Slowly tiptoeing backwards from the room. Slowly tiptoeing from the room. I think that was a song, Bunny.
Ew, not sweet pickles.
Oh yeah, I completely just overlooked that. Yeah, I lost it at Miracle Whip. I thought she was asking for a miracle. Once you mention Miracle Whip, there ain't no, you know, it's just you burn out your miracles with the consumption of the miracle. It's a miracle, really. It's a miracle in
Well,
itself.
I'm okay with Miracle Whip on some things. I know some of y'all are banned Miracle Whip. It depends on what it is.
I ain't right. The audience ain't liking it. They ain't liking what they're hearing about the miracle. They say the only miracle they like is the one on 34th Street, and it contained no Miracle Whip.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
they look cool.
no doubt. Yeah, this guy was at the There's one guy's booth. If he's open, I always stop by because he's always got a little bit of everything from one of everything. If you was trying to buy something, he's got something that you would want to buy. But I always walk past his booth, and he's always got books. Man, it was just a bunch of old American coinage books, from like way back. And I said, man, that looks kind of cool, but
Awesome.
something like that, it kind of looks kind of cool. I mean, I imagine there could be some value to it, but not so much. If I was just like a straight coin guy. But he had this one book, I forget what it was called, but I was going to get it, but I'm like, man, this is a big ass book just to be carrying around. It was like history of the 20th century. And I forget when it started in the book, but basically it was just like a jumbo compressed encyclopedia of different stuff. I think it went all the way up to the year, I can't remember if it stopped before I was born or after. I can't remember if it went to 87 or 89.
Oh, wow.
I started to get it, but I'm like, no.
Yeah. I want to up my book collection. But I need to make sure what I have first.
Yeah.
Do a trade out, maybe. Because there is at the libraries, they'll put books outside where you can add to it or take away. And
Yeah.
look at that. Even B agrees with me. Wow.
B still here?
Yes.
Man, it's incognito.
Oh, she's stepping out now. Could not be.
Checking in, tuning in, keeping it straight. It's hard work being the queen bee. Somebody's got to do it. Must be done. You must achieve maximum pollination for the years out, Bonnie. Maximum pollination.
Yep.
But what the heck was we just talking about?
Books.
Oh yeah, books. Yeah, there's I forget what the name of the store is. I went in a couple times, but they got like all different type of stuff. They sell books, different type of things, but out front, sometimes they'll have like a crate or like a bookshelf, and it's just like free books. And a lot of times it's hit and miss. I'm not saying none of the books are good, but it may be just not what I'm looking for or what I need at the moment. But I have gotten a few gems out of there. Just free books. Or
Yep.
I don't know if they still do it, but I remember as a kid, the library they had like a section of like books that was getting phased out or whatever, and you could get them. You could just have them.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know. I don't know if it's put on. I think it might be put on by the local libraries, but we have these books or these boxes. I don't know what they call them. I just call them blessing boxes. There's some it's just books in it. All different type of books. I've seen some that had maybe like a board game or something, and you have the other one. It's like a true blessing box. It'll have like I don't know, canned goods, different type of like non-perishable foods. Maybe a few bottles of water or something. Of course, in the summertime, it's hot as hell, but for the most part, people that put stuff in it's got enough sense, what to put in there, what not, But yeah, people use the blessing boxes.
Yes, we have those. Well, back where I was, we have those. And yeah, if I see the canned goods getting low, I still put some in it. Beans.
Yeah.
Always put beans.
Yeah, a bag of beans, a bag of rice. I mean,
Yep.
Ultimately, they got to have some type of way to cook it. But I mean, it's for something like that, it's the safest thing. It's non-perishable.
Yeah.
They got a way to cook it. Hell, you could easily cook up some rice, cook up some beans, and if you got a few things, add a few things and make it for you got a whole meal.
Yeah.
Definitely a good filler to have. Or just beans and rice by itself will fill you up. It might not be the most flavorful thing. You could jazz it up, put a little bit of that Emerald Shazaz on it.
Heck yeah. I don't know where that started with the little book stands, but even in movies that I've been watching, I've been seeing a lot of they're really pushing it on the movies to have the little book library box places where you can trade out books. But we've always done that, even at the general store. And when we would go down to the beach, they had it where you could go in and just get
Yeah, like
free.
a movie section. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember they had it for a little while back in the day. We had a country store on the end of the road where I grew up at called Pop's Country Store. And man, there was the original guy that built the store. His name was Pop, or his nickname was Pop. His real name was Kurt Saint Germain, but his nickname was Pop. Everybody called him Pop. But
Mhm.
some people, uh, something happened years later. He ended up selling it. He didn't pass away at the time. He just sold it. He sold it
Okay.
to another group of people. A guy named Ron and Miss Laura. Super nice people. They'd feed you. She had a kitchen back there. She'd whipping up breakfast and lunch, you know. But when Pop had it, they had like a little. It wasn't many movies, but they had like a few little movies you could rent. Uh, yeah, I remember as a kid.
Oh, cool.
It wasn't long. They had like a few VHSs, and I think by the time the DVDs went mainstream, it was just they stopped offering it. You know, I think it wasn't too long after that they sold it to the other people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, out there in the middle of the country, you know, ain't no Blockbuster, ain't no movie gallery. Uh, and they sold pizza. I forget what it was. The pizza they sold. And to be honest, it probably would taste probably shitty now, but then, I mean, it wasn't a bad pizza. I mean, they were selling the hell out of them pizzas. Wasn't nothing to eat or nothing to get unless you went into town. Yeah, they were selling the hell out of them pizzas, and then they cooked like breakfast and lunch. But what was it? The Hunts Brothers or whatever it was. They're probably crappy now, but back then they wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
I just didn't know better.
True that. So a while ago, um, Mary said something about 3 days of darkness and the anti-gravity event. That's supposed to happen at the same time, Mary.
I'm taking you didn't see my video where I put out my memoirs of Ode to the 12th.
Oh no.
Oh,
No, I
I
didn't see
mean,
it.
gets pretty in depth. It gets pretty, you know, it's pretty out there. You know what I mean? It's just my deeper inner thoughts of what it could be.
Did you post it on your community page?
I just did it as like its own separate video. You know, I didn't think that I didn't
Oh,
want to
okay.
trigger anybody live. You know, it's just too massive. Uh, you know, we just passed through disclosure day. The people must know, Bonnie. The people must know. But yeah, it's a lot of things allegedly celestial. Even if not, it's not like a gravitational thing, celestial. But I mean, who knows? I mean, to whatever level gravity has an effect on things. I mean, we say that whatever understanding or the moon they present, you know, the moon, the satellite, they say it has effects on the water. You know, high tides, low tides, levels of lunacy. People are the majority water, they say. So if the moon could affect bodies of water on the massive bodies of water around the world, what do you think they would do on just uh, little bitty drops, or pretty much almost like a drop? You know,
Yeah.
there would definitely be some pull, some push. You combine another celestial event, um, the alignment of planets, whatever. If it does happen the way they say it happens, whatever level of energy can come from that. It doesn't always have to be bad. You know, it could be like a seasonal change or a changeover. You know, it could be a time of ascension, a time of letting things go. It could be a time where people may dwell on something too long. It just, you know, kind of just lingers. You know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah.
lingers.
Oh my gosh, Heck.
And I don't know. It leads up to this time of the year. Uh, some things some things are more rare, but during this time yearly, if you think about it or you look into it or think about it again next year, usually after 8/8, which they call the Lionsgate Quarter, usually there's different levels of alignments, celestial shifts. Um, can't remember all of them, but it's definitely happened. You know, what do you call it? 8-8, the Lions Gate. One of the guys that did a review on it, they call it the triple eight. You know, it was 8-8, and then 6-2 for 26 was 8. So it was the triple eight. Marty.
Yeah.
What's going
Don't
on?
look at
there?
that.
Some women are going to have to be hit in the phone, man. What's happening down there? Must have found out somebody was trying to put raisins in their potato salad. I'm not even
No.
going to try to interject. Just have your way. Whichever you put raisins in the potato salad, yeah, shame on you.
This Huckleberry started it.
Oh,
no,
no.
no one's lagging the day gravity disappears.
Let's see. Who knows?
I don't know. That's. I'm already nervous about that day going to that appointment. Now,
No, it'll be all right.
that's all I'm concentrating on is the appointment. If everything goes flying, oh well. What can we do?
Worst case scenario, you're fine. Your doctor has to float away, so they have to reschedule it. You know, no fault or no mishap on your own. You know, you just have to wait for your doctor to reland. You know, maybe the gravity portal was just outside of your zone. You know, you're good. Dr. Kevorkian, not so good. You know, maybe he comes down, maybe he doesn't. Nah, I think it'll be all right.
Ew.
If anything, I don't see it from like a fear point. I see it from like an interesting standpoint. You know, kind of just like to just sit back in the lawn chair and with my shades on and just kind of see how it unfolds.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
could have
goodness.
something technologically that could happen. I mean, in my mind, the worst thing could happen is something like technologically happens. I don't know. I think you said or somebody mentioned 3 days of darkness. I don't know. To whatever level that is, if that's like mass, I don't know. If it would be like the world was dark for 3 days, now that would be definitely something. I know probably a lot of people here, they probably went longer than 3 days. There's probably people here just went weeks or months.
I think that would be biblical.
Globally would be different.
Globally. Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Lots of strange things being predicted, but we'll see. You know, it kind of gets to where you're like,
Oh, it just made my stomach quench. Mustard on, what the hell does that say? Mustard on frosted cookies?
yes, I saw that and I was like,
Oh, maybe that's just some type of sick joke. Maybe they're getting back at me for all the audio vandalism I've given them over 85 broadcasts.
I think it was the raisins and the potato salad.
Oh no, my knee, everything below my knees and my cankles. I just can't feel it right now. I know it's there, but yeah, I'm losing sensations, Ronnie. Losing sensations. Like disappearing like a ghost.
See, when I make potato salad, it's
Don't
not
try to justify it, Bonnie. Don't try to justify raisins in the salads.
well, I'm just saying that it's not all of one thing. Kate saying mustard or traditional. Well, mine is mayonnaise with a touch of mustard.
A little kiss of mustard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to give it that.
Yeah, I've seen it so many different ways. I've seen it, yeah, like that, where it's like a mayonnaise and like a little kiss of mustard where you know it's there. And then I've seen some where it was like mainly mustard. And I had one time. It would probably been all right, but it was just way too much mustard. It was just like a mustard salad. I'm like, Some
Yeah.
lands it could probably be a delicacy, but this was way too much mustard. It was too much zing, way too
Yeah.
much zing, buddy.
You can overdo anything.
Oh, you can do it, no doubt. Or like all the potatoes is mush, so now you just got a mashed potato salad. Yeah, that don't even sound good saying it. A mashed potato salad.
No.
Yeah, it's just that fine line. I lose trust sometimes with a bad potato salad. It's when you really find out who people are, Bunny. When they're with the side dishes they start bringing to the cookouts. It's when you really start to know a person.
Yeah. Yes, Prepper 101, I agree. A little firm.
A little firm.
The potatoes. I like the chunks of potatoes in there. Yep.
Yeah, ain't nobody buying mashed potato salad. You know,
Mm.
just leave the mayonnaise out and make potato soup. Start over again. Seen Billy Goats eating empty cans. Oh yeah, goats will eat up some stuff. Shit, if you got on the right shirt, they'll chew off your shirt. They'll chew the sleeve off your shirt if you let them.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Damn. I know a woman who added lettuce to the potato salad. Potato salad. No bueno.
Yeah,
Hell no. The
no
hell were they
bueno.
thinking? They thought it was a real salad.
Yeah.
It's like that meme I seen floating around. It was literally like a clear glass bowl, and it had salad in it, and it looked like boiled potatoes. And they said, "What do you think about my potato salad?" And of course, it was just a meme. But I'm thinking, oh man, somebody would probably do that. Throw some
Yeah.
lettuce and some potatoes together and put ranch on it and call it a potato salad.
Yuck.
It's too much. It's too much and just not enough.
So, have you heard anything about the 3 days of just exposing stuff?
Let's see, weren't we supposed to have 3 exposing the truths? What else did somebody say?
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's been so many different days of darkness. I think at one point it was the 10 days of darkness. It was the 3 days of darkness. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've lived through some hurricanes, so I mean, if darkness comes, so be it. At that point, I just feel like Bane. You merely adapted the darkness. I was born in it. Gonna cut the lights off on me, so be it. I was born in the dark. You know what I mean?
Right.
Giving me my natural preteristic, animalistic abilities once you shut off the lights. You know what I mean? Now I go full uh, panther mode, Bunny. I go into full panther mode. But I don't
Uh-oh.
know. I just to whatever the degree, I don't know. Uh, 3 days or 10 days could be bad for anybody, especially if somebody has some type of medical equipment and they need constant power. A lot of people could survive. Of course, families and kids, stuff like that. Or especially this time of the year, it's hot as hell everywhere. So
I was going to say, not with this heat. It's horrible. Y'all, well, I don't know about y'all. So I was looking at Savannah weather because
I
it's
don't know
getting
about y'all either.
No, I mean, I was looking at Savannah weather because September's coming up, and I was with my friend, and we were talking, and anyway, so they're getting rain like crazy, and it doesn't sound like you are. From I caught something earlier about you were talking about drought.
Yeah, they put out on the local We got James Richardson. Good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. Anybody else I may or may not have missed, seen, do appreciate you checking in, tuning in. But
Hey,
the
Jane.
rain, yeah, it's been kind of staying. I don't know. It's like it was following me. It's like I felt like I was the rainmaker. It wasn't raining in Augusta when I was here, and then when I left to go Savannah, it poured down and rained like crazy here in Augusta. And then when I got back to Augusta, we ain't getting nothing. Now Savannah's getting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, at least your plants got watered while you were gone.
Oh yeah, yeah. Whether I had some involvement or the weather maker or the rainmaker was trying to get me or what, yeah, it worked out for the best. And there was a few. We had one shower that Friday, the first day in class, and I'm thinking, oh shit, this better not mess up the Savannah bananas. But it probably rained. It did. It rained, thundered, and lightning. It came down for probably about a good hour. But that was like around 1 or 2. So about 5 o'clock, it had broken up. It was still a little cloudy, but wasn't too bad. And for the last day, not the last day, Saturday, when I went down to the beach, I don't know. It was nice. It was a little windy, but all of a sudden, it's like out of nowhere. Like half of the sky got black. It was real windy. No thunder or lightning. But it was just weird. Like you just seen this clear separation in the sky from like the furthest out light coming around versus whatever was over top. And I was cool. It never thundered or lightning, so I wasn't in fear or anything. But yeah, about 30, 35 minutes of that, it went away and it wasn't too bad out there.
Well, it's like hundreds here. It's and not a drop of rain in sight.
Yeah, I'm with Amir. I ain't never heard of such a thing, one. No way, not no how.
Still too hot in September. Well, I'm used
Yeah,
to
they
the
flipped
heat.
it. They flipped it on it. During the day, it was like mid to low 90s, but at night, oh man, the temperature dropped down quick. It got down in the 70s quick. I mean, it was
Yeah.
couldn't have had it no better. I just caught it at a good little vortex, bunny. Caught the right vortex. A week later, they tried to Amelia Earhart me.
Yeah. It's been that our lows have been like 70s, 71, 70.
There you go.
Yeah, it drops pretty good
Yeah,
at
y'all's
night.
cold getting ready to shift over there. That's what they say. And I think John, I think what's his name's even saying it. Ryan Hall, y'all. He might have said it.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put that on him. He's got enough on him as it is. Get bombardment with all the Texanians wanting to know why they ain't heard about the poles shifting. Yeah, the humidity's something else. Yeah, it was like a couple days last week. It was like the humidity was 100%.
Oh my goodness. It's been really low here, like in the 30s.
Oh, that's too low. Yeah, the poles is shifting. They're converging and drawing up all the moisture to get ready to convert into snowflakes.
Probably.
Yep.
They know I was fixing to make the screen to collect.
I think the lowest I've seen it in the last couple of weeks was one night. It was pretty cool. It was like they said it was like 70, low 70 something percent humidity, but everything else has been 80s, 90s. Or like I said, a couple of days they said it was straight 100 across the board.
See, and James said, that's if y'all have high humidity, y'all should be making that wall. And it's really cheap and easy to make.
What's that?
It's like a screen. I think they said plastic is the best, and you tilt it towards the sun, and then in the morning that it's like dew, I guess, but the humidity is what makes it produce more water.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I can see something like that kind of working. Yeah, kind of regulating it or keeping it at a certain temperature.
Yeah, you put something under it to catch the water, and
Hmm.
it's like catching rainwater, except it's just out of the air.
Yeah, you need a dehumidifier. It's not so bad. You know, you can acknowledge the over levels of moisture, but if you got to add moisture to it, then that's when it's a problem. You know, can never get the proper regulation. The
There's just
takeaway is easy, but the give back is a whole different story, buddy.
no such thing as too much moisture.
I'm saying people's got to have a dehumidifier. They got to dehumidify it. Yeah. We do a lot of. We do this one. We're one company. We do a lot of work for them. They do like foundation restorations, things like that. You know, people that have issues with their foundations, they come in and fix it, correct it. They do go in and like do a clean up and put like a moisture barrier. They'll completely like wrap it into plastic and have it all kind of sealed off and clean. They'll do it
Yeah,
like that, but they'll send
yeah,
a lot of work over, and most of the time it's easy. It's just running the line down, running the line down for like a sump pump or like a line where they can plug in like a dehumidifier. Uh, Different areas depending on the water table. Certain places, a lot of them's down there on the river. Obviously, you know, being right there at it. But
yeah.
yeah, we do a ton of those things. That's super easy. You can do you can do quite a few of them in a day.
Hmm.
I yield.
You yield. So have you? Oh, there's John Denning,
What happened?
Andy Pilgrim. Everybody's here. Um. Oh, have you heard of a casita?
Ever heard of a what?
Casita RV. It's a it's a they're made in Texas. Um. So it's rounded. It's made out of it's totally fiberglass on the outside, and it's rounded on the roof, so you never have to replace the roof. Allegedly, that's what I've been looking at,
Yeah.
and they're different sizes. You can have one custom made if you're getting it brand new, but I'm looking at used ones, not brand new. And so that's what we were talking about because of the dog
Cool behind.
situation. Putting one of those over there at my friend's house and have a home away from home. And also, we can tow it with my car. They're lightweight because my car will only pull 4,000 pounds max.
Hmm, careful.
Hey, we're just thinking we want to
Ain't
go
nothing
out.
wrong with a little stagging wagon. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah.
We want to go have fun. We want to go see things.
Yeah.
But
Little
at the
stagging wagon,
same
a little
time,
mobile tea shed.
I have never been able to back up a trailer. I never could figure that out.
Oh,
And I have no clue why. Can parallel park a school bus, but I can't back up a trailer.
yeah, you might need to get you some flashy lights, some beepers, a couple foghorns back there to go off whenever you're backing up.
And that's
Get the
what I
one that
told
sounds
them.
like a U-Haul truck backing up. Gotta get. Oh man, talk about backing up. But I was did go out and about for a little bit today, and I'm walking through the parking lot. And thank
Uh-oh.
goodness I always try to have some level of situational awareness, right? So I'm walking,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't always walk right up on the cars. You know, I always kind of not walk right in the middle of like the parking lot, but I ain't right up on the car just in case they back up or anything could happen, you know. I'm walking, and boom, as soon as I get in the middle behind this car, this lady just starts backing up, knocks the hell out of me. Didn't hurt me or nothing, but yeah, I was just like, it was enough where it caught me, and I kind of caught myself. And I'm like, damn, these people just don't have no situational awareness. And I tapped on the car. She's looking all around. She's looking at the phone. She's looking at the rear view camera. I'm thinking, how are you looking at all this stuff and you didn't see me, lady? What's going on here?
Oh my
You know?
gosh.
I
Wait,
ain't saying I'm trying to make it an issue, but lady, she's got to have a little bit more focus. She went and got that fresh sushi plate, was trying to get home. Wasn't thinking about nothing else but that fresh sushi hibachi plate, Bunny.
did she hit you?
Well, I mean, we made contact, but I mean, it's just, it's
Oh
just
my
people just have,
goodness.
there's no situational awareness, backing up this brand new nice car with all these cameras, phones, and everything, and I don't know what's going on. Just reminded me why I don't need to be out and about on a Sunday with these humanoids, Bunny. They get dangerous behind the wheel. Sometimes it's the smaller the person, the bigger the car they got. You don't know what's up with that. And one time it was like the older the person, the bigger the car they got. Now it's like the smaller the person, the bigger the car they got, You'll see the
It's so,
shortest person out there with the biggest car in the truck possible,
it's so we can sit up and see.
Oh, it's worse. They can't see nothing. They're too high up. If you're a short person, you ain't used to that type of height levitation. You know what I mean? You ain't used to that type of stuff. You can't just, no. You can't even see over the hood.
Huckleberry Deal. Teach me how to back a trailer.
What's that?
The same. He said he can teach me in 30 seconds.
There you go. Let it be so. You said 30 seconds or 30 minutes?
I think he said 30 seconds.
Okay. Ain't bad. Ain't a bad response time either way. It's better than your favorite pizza guy delivery. You know what I mean?
He may think it's seconds, but it's going to be minutes.
Things happen, Situation shift.
That's, yeah, I don't think people are paying as much attention backing up, like you were saying, because it was right after my daughter got a truck too, and we were at a furniture store somewhere, and this truck just started backing up and backed right into her truck. And they were like, whoa, 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 jumping out, yelling at the man. And I was like, oh, here we go. Somebody's going to get in the fight.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. My friend, literally, cops on the TV 24 hours.
Right.
Some of it was pretty funny, though.
Yeah. My granddad was like that sometimes. Be something on, and he might turn through, and the cops will be on his stop and watch it for a minute. Like, what you watching this for? What are you watching cops for? I don't know. Might see somebody I know on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, well, you ever met anybody you know on there? I think I have. I think I have seen a few people on there. Now they had that the actual TV show Cops. I forget when it was. It was like some years back. They came down to down here and did a couple episodes. I forget how many actually made it to the show. But they always like record more than what they use.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. So, yeah.
He said they had like 50 cameramen out all over. I saw.
Oh yeah. I'm like, how does you get caught up? You got like 5 different camera trucks just rolling around behind a police car. You don't think that's kind of suspicious? You know,
Right?
you see these guys hanging out the cars with the little 15-foot mic booms. You don't think that's kind of odd? You know, that might be your sign to get the heck out of there.
Yeah.
Nah, they get mesmerized.
I saw a few from Atlanta.
Oh yeah, they like them in Atlanta.
Austin, too.
We done had, or like the world's dumbest drivers, or like the world's dumbest criminals. We done had people from around here get on there. We had that. Well, I've told the story before. That one guy, he got geeked up or out of his mind or drunk, a combination of what. And he drove through the mall, drove through the one entrance of the mall at the food court, and drove all the way through at the one of the other exits near like the J.C. Penney store.
Hmm.
Yeah, he made it. They showed that video on World's Dumbest Criminals or
I
something
think I
like that.
saw that one. Yeah.
Oh, it was funny. Especially the little comedians or whoever they are. They do the little ad libs or talking along with it. Oh, it makes it even more
Mhm.
funnier.
Yes. I can't believe how many people think they can outrun the police. It's just, I mean, back in the day, yeah, but nowadays, no. They got helicopters. They
Oh
got
yeah,
it.
yeah, helicopters, street cameras, all that type of stuff now. Yeah,
Yep.
you got the dudes maneuvering to get away from the chopper. It can happen, but yeah, they can cross over areas a lot faster than the police can or the cars can.
Yep.
Yeah, they rob a bank with their Starbucks name tag on it. You know, they're robbing the Starbucks with their they're robbing the bank with their Starbucks uniform on and their original name tag. Not even thinking. I believe somebody would be dumb enough to do that. It's definitely happened. Oh
True.
man, what an idiot! Especially when they sit you down in the interrogation room and be like, you know what? It was a really thought out plan. Uh, you ultimately probably would have got away with it if you wouldn't have had on your name badge and your work uniform and been on break from the Starbucks. There, little Timmy.
Shout out hiding spots. Recent hide and seek champion is a dude that buried himself in dirt. I've
Man,
seen,
hell, yeah, no doubt. Shout out to all the hiding spots. No doubt.
yeah, there was a video about how they caught, uh, oh, who was it? One of those guys in the Middle East that they were after. And uh, they heard that he was at this building, went through the building several times, like within days, and never could find him. And so this was, it was SEAL team, there was the SEAL team, maybe 10 or one of the SEAL teams. And then they had a couple of Rangers, I think, come up, and they were on top of the building. And one of the guys was like, something doesn't seem right about that pile of trash over there. And he just kept looking at it. And finally they went over there and pulled all that garbage back, and there was the guy. And I was like, dang, that was a good hiding place, really. But they found him.
Mm. Yeah, I was a good seeker. I wasn't necessarily a good hider sometimes, you know. Sometimes I was too big, and then the little people, they always take up the big hiding spots for no reason, you know, not even knowing they don't need that much space to hide. But, seeking,
Yeah,
yeah, I can see everything.
I would. My two favorite places were in the Dirty Clothes Hamper. Used to be, they would, I don't I don't know if you ever seen it, but um it would be like in the bathroom there'd be cabinets, and then underneath it there was like a flapping. It was probably about 6, 8 inches tall and as wide as the cabinet. And then underneath it was 2 doors that you'd open up, and that was your laundry basket. You would put your clothes in the flap and then grab them all whenever it was laundry day. So I would hide in the cabinet where the laundry went or under the kitchen sink. Those boys never found me.
Mm.
The dryer. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, I couldn't fit in any of those places. Just got to go back and view it, Cheryl. It was epic.
Hey,
Some
Cheryl.
people say it was one of the best odes and mementos to breakdancing of the 21st century. Said it was like watching the migrations of the majestic swan. You know, the migrations of the swan. Think about that. Visualize that for a second, Cheryl. All right, that's enough. You don't want to visualize it too much. Start thinking about 12 lords of leaping, partridges and pear trees.
Breakdancing and yoga pants.
It was wild. It got wild there for a minute, you know. It did get wild, but I ain't gonna lie. You know, I don't know. Who knows? All right, hold on for it. Hold it down, Bunny. I got to go get a little hydration. You know?
Okay.
Let's see here. Well, it's not like I can add anybody while I'm gone, but put that out there again for a second. I'll be right back.
Shock and awe. So, what's y'all's favorite kind of dancing? Seriously, what did you enjoy? What kind of dancing did you enjoy the most? Inquiring minds want to know. No answers. Come on, y'all. I know you did some dancing. Do the hustle. Right? Belly dancing. Don't be. Shagging to beach music. There you go. Slow dancing. Yeah, I can't pick a favorite. I just love to dance. Horizontal bob,
All right, I'm back.
chicken strut.
I like it, Mary. I like it.
Depends on the
Shagging to
dress,
some good beach music.
right? Oh,
I like it.
I'm not
Love
seeing
it.
any disco dancing. That's
More
good.
of it. I tried so hard, but I just can't rise above it.
Not good. Yep, that's from Texas.
The horizontal bob.
Bob. He cleared that up.
No, you have to say Bob. You ain't really this one. That's one of the words that get you on the YouTube with the BOP. You got to say Bob that way so they don't know.
Oh,
I don't know why the BOP gets you. Thanks a lot, money.
sorry.
Hey, this is what we're trying to keep it BOP friendly. You know what I mean? Now you're thinking we're down with OPP.
I
No,
didn't even know me. Well, nobody said pole dancing. That's good.
where was that at? Where were they pole dancing at?
And I asked what their favorite dance was. What kind of dance was their favorite?
At one point in my life, probably the Macarena. You know, it's pretty universal. You could just bust out in the Macarena anywhere.
Yes. I
Just
used to,
Macarena it out.
yeah, my friends would drag me out there for that. So I turned it into a, never mind. I did it a little different than everybody else.
Really? Yeah. I don't know. Line dancing or I don't know. So many different versions of types, you know.
I know. That's why I said it's hard for me to pick a favorite. I mean, I really enjoyed square dancing and clogging and then doing the polka. There's just so many.
Bonnie's a
Salsa,
clogger. You a clogger?
I was. Our, our
Once you got it, you
catchphrase,
always
our catchphrase to try and get other people to do it was clogging is better than jogging. A lot more fun.
we got people wanting to cash you in as a true daily double. I'll take
Cool.
moves like Bonnie for 1,000, Alex. And she wants to make it a true daily double. It was a time I wanted to be on that show Jeopardy, but man, we lost Alex Trebek, so I said the heck with it. Took that off the bucket list. TDD. Hey.
I don't know what that is.
Say you got it. Maybe you or Cheryl, I don't know. I don't know what it means either, really. Touchdown dance. You know?
I wish I would have known Cheryl a long time ago. I think we would have.
TDD demo. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can go with that TDD. Okay, it's true daily double. See, I went totally dark side with it. You know? Just keep it simple, stupid. Speaking of true daily double, Alex. All right. The question is things to not do after 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Things you don't do?
Come on, we're going to need an answer soon.
Go to sleep.
Tune in to Watch World after 12 p.m. What is Tune in to Watch World? Correct. You've now taken the lead with $33,000 going into the final round, Jerry. Or so many people would get the question wrong because they didn't, form it right or whatever. I said, oh man, I know that's a bummer. To know the correct answer, but you don't form it in the phrase of a question. What is or who is or where is or whatever.
Oh, that's a good one, Pat.
That is true. Never swim in the Atlantic after midnight. Bad things can happen.
that water is cold.
Oh, after midnight, it's off limits. Better have you a good pool at your resort or Airbnb. Yeah, stuff starts brewing out there. The sirens, the mermaids, the different things start moving and grooving. You don't want to get pulled out there after midnight. Yeah, you hear the sound of the sirens call, it gets you. They try to lure you in.
Sure.
Never get in the Taco Bell line when it's to the curb. Oh yeah, we got a place like that. There's an intersection, and it's like a drive-through, but like right there where to turn into the drive-through, they got an entrance to go into the drive-through, and then uh, you got the entrance to go into the parking lot, and all that's right on the strip that's used as a lane to turn off. It's a turning lane. So
Mhm.
man, them people go through the drive-through, and they'll just sit there, park all the way out into the turning lane, just waiting to get in the drive-through instead of just going inside. It just completely destroys traffic. It's already a high volume area, you know.
Yes. We
When
have
I've
a
seen
lot
that
of wreck.
happen,
Yep.
people not paying attention, not seeing that they're stopped, and boom, they run right into the back. I've seen it happen so many times at that intersection. Yeah, you can't get comfortable at the Waffle House. What are you gonna do? Some people get too comfortable. Get too comfortable. I remember that one guy a couple years ago. His video went viral. Allegedly, he went in a Waffle House somewhere. I don't know, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and the whole staff was asleep. I mean, they were slumped over in the booths. Looked like they didn't had a all nighter. And then with
Oh my
nobody in there,
goodness.
so he started recording, and he went back there and started recording himself cooking. I think he cooked them up a meal. I think he left the proper change. He left a little extra, and the people were still knocked out. And he was recording it. It went viral. I think it was like a couple years ago. Yeah, yeah. Just type it in. Guy goes into Waffle House recording. Yeah, yeah. He went viral. They ended up. I don't know. They tried to give him like an honorary position at Waffle House or something. Really, they were just trying to save face. Really, you know what I mean? It's kind
Right.
of embarrassing. You go in there and I done cooked my whole breakfast, done left change, and y'all still slumped over.
Okay, I would begin to think that they were drugged or something.
I mean, who knows, Bunny? It was probably the east side of Atlanta, you know? Ti- Entirely different world in east side Atlanta. Now, I forget where it was at, but one of the southern states. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yep.
Heck, they didn't had a few brawls. They didn't had a few brawls in some of the Waffle Houses around here. Some of them is 24 hours, and then some of them's 24 hours, but from like 7 to 7, you can't dine in. It's just call in, or they got a little window you can walk up to and order. Yeah, from 7 at night to 7 in the morning, they don't even let you go in there.
Huh.
It don't bother me much. Hell, I ain't ate at a Waffle House in a while. I think I think I ultimately just got burnt out on it. We did a job in Atlanta a few years ago, and we was up there for some months. It was a pretty long job, a remodel job of a big business, big strip, and man, we worked at night, and the business was open during the day, so we had like a weird lunchtime. Like our lunchtime was at like I don't know, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that.
Hmm.
So even in Atlanta, it ain't too much really open then, but a Waffle House. They're on every corner. There's a few diners here and there, different places. But yeah, I think I got Waffle Housed out, man. You can't eat but so much of that stuff. You can't order but so many different combinations. I don't care if they do got 8 billion combinations of breakfast confectionaries. You ultimately, as a person, you can't do that. You can't try that many. You're gonna get burnt out on. You can't even make it to 10.
Right.
And then it was always something happening. Like we always was like just missed it or it happened after. But we was in there one night and it was the one Waffle House that we started to go to on a regular. You know, we started going there and it was like the same crew, same waitresses, so it kind of was convenient, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but then one night something happened. We didn't go to that Waffle House. We went to another one or we went somewhere else. And in the mix of going back to the job, we all swore that we heard like gunshots or something. But
Oh no.
we didn't think much of it because it was kind of like off in the distance and we didn't hear no more. So it was like, all right, we'll go back to work. But anyway, make a long story short, I think the next day these clowns want to go back to the Waffle House. That was it. I'm like, all right, then we'll go one more night, but after that, I'm no more Waffle House in it for me. I'm anti waffle. So we go back to the other Waffle House that we usually went to, and then the waitress, oh man, she's giving us the whole spiel. She was like, oh man, y'all boys better be glad y'all didn't come in here last night. It was a shit show. I said, what happened? She said, well, she said it was somewhat normal until you ain't gonna believe who walked in here. And we was like, who? She said Floyd Mayweather. She said the boxer Floyd Mayweather came in here with all his security and his entourage. And then she said there was some young cats that came in. They were following them around, and then like allegedly they followed them outside of the Waffle House, and they tried to rob Floyd Mayweather of his money, chains, or something.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I think one of his security guards. I don't think nobody got injured. No, I don't think nobody got fatally injured, but I think one of his security guards, yeah. And then it kind of made sense. We was like, well, damn, we did hear some shots right around the corner not too long. I mean, I guess uh, Buckhead, Atlanta, everything's kind of within that area. There's a lot of bigger buildings, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, damn, yeah, glad we missed that shit show.
Yep.
I mean, I guess it would have been cool to see him or whatever, but no. Waffle House is already too small with the regular crowd. You start adding in celebrities, it's too much money. And I'm sitting there one night. Uh, I don't know, something happened with one of the guys from the crew or something. So then the other two guys, they just like made up an excuse so they could go back. So it was just hell, it was just me and the other guy that night, and he didn't even go to the Waffle House. So I said, "Fuck it," I went to the Waffle House. And I'm sitting at the bar and was talking to this lady. I didn't even know who she was. I mean, had an entire conversation with her, and then basically said goodnight. She said goodnight. I said goodnight. She got through eating. She left. And then the waitress came up and she said, how do you know so and so? And I was like, who is that? I have no idea who that is. And she was like, the lady you was talking to. She's like, how the hell do you know her? And I was like, I don't. I said, I just sat down here and we were talking or whatever. And she was telling me she was some lady from the show, some show about Atlanta or something like that. I had no idea who the lady was. I looked her up. She told me her name. I looked her up. I said, damn, yeah, she's like a TV show celebrity or whoever it was.
She's famous.
Yeah, I guess she was. I didn't know who the heck she was. You know, it did cross my mind. I'm thinking, oh, what's this lady just sitting up here in the Waffle House? You know, she was
Right.
definitely the cleanest, best smelling thing in the Waffle House. You know, in the Waffle House, if you got something that's clean and smells good, it kind of sticks out. You know, whether it's a man or a woman, you can't help but notice it in the awful waffle. But yeah, like, I didn't know she was like a one of the reality shows or something they filmed in Atlanta or something. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, she was one of them characters.
So you were flirting with someone famous and didn't even know it.
Didn't even know it, Bonnie. Didn't even know it. I could have made a cameo. I could have
And
made a
that's probably
cameo in the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Didn't even know it.
why she was talking to you. Because you weren't acting all crazy.
Could be. Could be. I mean, if I was, I guess if I had a certain level of fame or something like that, or a mass acknowledgement, yeah, I guess it probably would be kind of refreshing just to talk to somebody and they're just not like instantly asking for a photo or autograph or
Yes.
you know whatever they're talking about. I don't know whatever's on their mind. But yeah, versus just going out in the crowd and just getting bombarded and got to take 50 autographs, 50 photos, sign 50 shirts.
Nope, Pat, not going to the state fair. Too many people.
Yeah, she
We
might have
do,
been to Real Housewives. I don't know what the show. The waitress there, she knew. She was like, "Oh, I watched that show." She's like, "I watched that show religiously."
we do have a rodeo coming up. If I go to that, I'll get some video.
Rodeo season.
Yep,
Rodeo, don't you know?
always the hottest time of the year. I can't understand it. And it's,
Oh yeah, it's brutal.
yep,
Oh yeah.
it's always all dusty. Cowboy boots everywhere, kicking up dust.
What was
But
that song? Who sang that song? Wasn't it Garth Brooks? Didn't he make that song about the rodeo? It's the it's the wide in his knuckle. It's the gold in the buckle that he'll win in the next go round.
yes,
Da, da,
there you go.
da. It's the cows of fame. It's the don't even know the song. But if it was playing, I'd know every word and I could sing it from A to Z. Oh, wow, wow. You know the thing. Yeah.
Go on. Oh, it is Garth. Okay.
Yeah, they have a couple of different ones here in my area, different promotions and stuff. Yeah, they have some like in the spring or early in the year, and then I don't know if they have any now, but usually like September, October, they have like a couple of another. Uh, I don't know if it's the same promotion or another one that comes through about September, October. Cereal guy, yeah, the cereal guy. Hmm. Yeah, the life of a door-to-door cereal salesman. You know, a rough life.
I quit listening to Garth Brooks when he did the Thunder Rolls.
I don't know what happened. There was some type of controversy or something that happened. I don't know. And then I don't know. The other day I seen like one thing. It talks about the unspoken, or that somebody said once you go down the rabbit hole of Darth Brooks, you won't never be able to see it the same. And I was like, oh damn, what the hell did happen with Darth Brooks? I think he said something or did something, and his whatever happened got canceled or whatever. I don't know. I wasn't tracking it, but I was thinking, damn, the Garth Brooks rabbit hole. No, I don't
Look
even think I
at,
want to go down that one.
look at Virginia and Huckleberry. They,
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm thinking, damn, Darth. I mean, not Darth. Damn, see, maybe it is true. I'm wanting to call him Darth like Darth Vader. Garth, yeah, Garth,
wow.
Garth Brooks. Damn, bro. Mm. Yeah,
Well,
never
all I
look at it
knew
the
is
same again.
he left his wife for Trisha Yearwood.
Yeah, it's always sketchy. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
break up with somebody, you with somebody, and break up with them, and go to somebody else. You know, in the back of your mind, you got to think, well, damn, this person left somebody else to be with me. What's to say that they won't leave me to be with somebody else? You know, not saying it don't
exactly.
always work that way. I mean, there's probably been times where it worked out for the best and it stuck together, but uh, if it's not something that's like built on something, yeah, you know,
Yep.
even if you're not like self-conscious or any of those type of things, you just be like, well, damn, you know, hell,
I
Tina left
didn't,
Jeff to get with me, you know, hell, you
I
know.
didn't know people came up missing during his tours. That's
Yeah, I think I heard that one time. Somebody, I don't even know how that even came to the light, or uh, damn, I hope not. I wonder what he's got
Right.
to say about it. If you're famous like that, or somebody saying that you could be a serial killer, I'm probably sure you've heard about it by now. Publicist, manager, like, hey, bro, just so you know, people saying that you eating a lot of cereal. People say you eating a lot of cereal, Garth.
Yeah.
No, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Bob Ross. It was Bob Ross the whole time. I think they even said that about Bob Ross. I don't think it was real. I think it's just people said it like, oh, all his paintings were just areas where he just left things. I don't think,
Wasn't
oh man, how creepy would that be? Something like that could be true. How dark in the minute would that be? We're all cheering on for little happy little trees and happy little clouds, and we don't even know. We don't even know what's underneath there. Oh,
what
that's pretty dark.
it it seems like wasn't there something about Pee Wee Herman too?
Oh, Pee Wee, just the name. You don't even have to go into the action for that, Bonnie. Just Pee Wee Herman in itself. You can just shut
Right.
your eyes, just let your imagination wander on Pee Wee Herman's. Sounds like a prehistoric type of frog or something, a Pee Wee Herman, or I don't know.
Mm,
Yeah, he looked a little sus. Definitely looked a little sus.
yeah.
Pee Wee's Playhouse. So yeah, type of
Yeah.
shenanigans they playing in there. I think he got in trouble one time. I think he got in trouble for eating stroganoff in public. I think somebody said that he got caught in one of those like places you go in to view the adult movies. Yeah, or something happened. He got caught eating stroganoff in public. I said, "Damn, bro, how do you get that bad, or just think that you're that high and mighty? You just start doing random stuff like that in public, like it's okay."
But wait, what? Something
See,
more than
in your nose. Never eat stroganoff in public. Never.
oh gosh.
That's usually a dish best served solo, unless your partner's just into that type of thing, and that's cool. Some people are just watchers. We gotta watch ya. Gotta watch ya, money. Yeah, however you can save a few shekels. You know what I mean? I ain't judging. Whatever you got to do to save a few shekels.
Pursuit of happiness.
Yeah. Somebody's probably winding down out there on Route 66 right now, listening to this broadcast, fixing to drop a few quarters in their old heart-shaped bed, bunny. We've solved
And
enough
motor
problems. We've
running.
completed enough in their life. They feel complete. Yeah, they're solo. They're lone wolfing it on the trip and still dropping quarters in the heart-shaped bed for us.
Got those good vibrations.
It's all good vibrations. Till it shorts out, or till you got to add more quarters. Then it just gets awkward. Just gets more awkward.
I have never seen a heart-shaped bed. You've been to some interesting places.
I've never seen it. I can't say I haven't thought about it. There's somebody at the sound of my voice right now that's experienced it fully. I'm sure. I think they banned them. They banned them by the time I came along. That was just too much love, too much uh, futuristic pleasure for one entanglement chamber. Take notes, Virginia. Take notes. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. You know about that, Bonnie?
Tell me lies. Yeah, I like
Tell
that
me
song.
lies, tell me sweet little lies. stuck in your mental space tomorrow.
Yep. I've
These are
known
lies. They're sweet little lies, you know? Just a little sweet lie.
he's so sweet. I've known a few of those. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Mary knows what's up. Mirrored ceilings? Hell yeah. Still,
You guys probably don't know about it, but I can remember when doctors would put a funny poster on the ceiling for when they were doing exams on the ladies.
of course we wouldn't know about that, Bonnie. What are we doing? We was just questioning who the heck put this poster on the ceiling and why is it up there? You know what I mean? That's probably what we was thinking about.
Make you laugh while you're
Man, who the heck put the time to put that one poster right up there, you know?
going
Who
through
really knew what its
courses.
purpose was?
Don't turn on the blue
Playing
light.
sports and stuff like that, I was always some type of regular checkup, or each year they want to get you to have another physical. Like, do I look any less physical or less active than you see me? I've been here all summer. We've been in training camp. What's going on here?
What doctor did you go?
Damn. Pee Wee was rector as Judge Fleischer. Damn. Didn't see that one coming. Could
Hmm.
be.
What's that judge? One of the Supreme Court judge. He's been getting a lot of death threats. I saw.
Death threats?
Yep.
Supreme Court judge?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't condone any of those type of things, but yeah, I imagine it's probably always some type of level of threat or some type of something, to some level. Maybe
Oh
there
yeah.
may be more during like uh, certain times or election times or during certain cases or proceedings, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably most of them, more times than not, end up being nothing, but people still like to do stuff like that.
Well, I remember when they were deciding on was it the Wade versus Roe? Something big, and there were a whole lot of people out there protesting. And
Oh yeah. Yeah, those real polarized or intense cases or moments, yeah, no doubt.
yes, but then it kind of makes you wonder, why are they putting this out there? Are they propping up something? You know?
To keep certain optics alive, just trying to show and remind you why we constantly have to have this war on terror, the war on this, the war on that. It's not just so bad out there. Look, it's so bad at home now that we have to have these Supreme Court justices with extra security, extra.
Yeah.
Not saying they aren't possibly real threats, but they definitely don't miss the opportunity to overhype certain things. That's for sure.
I'm just suspicious of everything. And you see that Pilgrim said some believe that Yahoo is Pee Wee.
I could see that.
It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't that be just something?
Yeah, he looked like a human animorph. He looked like he could morph into something.
Mhm. BB, Pee Wee. Yeah, there you go. Hmm.
Makes sense. Yeah, they both look like they have interchangeable faces. Like they could be like a human potato head. You could like change out a nose or like a lip or a cheek or something.
Yeah.
They probably got real good magnets now that just can pull it in there and a little bit of silicone. You don't even know it. Throw on a little face makeup. Good to go. Good to go for another interview, Mr. Yahoo.
Oh, tribe. That's interesting.
Get the Yahoos in the net. Don't let them go.
Well, I heard he was an actor or something from New York.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's probably one of the best central casting agents they've had in a while, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think whenever since, yes, it's the first time I ever saw him, it don't seem like he aged any, you know? But,
Yeah.
and again, just me knowing the different interfaces and the blue screens and the green screens and all the stuff they put in movies, I just don't, you know? Some of these people, I don't think when we see them or when they portray them, it's always that person. So I think then a lot of times we see them at another instance or maybe really them and we're like, damn, bro, why the heck do they look so horrible? What happened within the last couple of days? I think it was just so much green screen, CGI, uh, Photoshop, whatever it is, you know, make somebody look crisp, clean on the TV to a certain degree, but in person, without the filters, without all that extra stuff, you can definitely see it.
Well, and um, I just saw a video of him talking, and they did a close up, and you know, normal people's eyes, your eyelids and the under your eyes kind of meet your eyeball. his his looked really thick around the eyes, and that was the first
Yeah,
thing I noticed. Like, and kind of a plasticky looking. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a mask.
actor-based reality is more reality than we know. Oh, no doubt. Especially if you're believing the script, believing that it's in it fully encompassed. Yeah, it's more powerful than the actual real reality because you just completely left it alone. You know, it's
Yeah.
artificial simulation. It's full steam ahead. It's what you're invested in. It's what you know. No doubt. I can definitely see it on so many different levels. And even sometimes just maybe acknowledging that something isn't right or something doesn't feel right or something don't look right. You know, it don't necessarily mean you could instantly come up with a solution, a problem, an exact diagnosis. You know, sometimes
Right.
it comes later. Quantum entanglement. Who knows?
All started with a simple story.
Like in the like in the Mad Max movies, remember the one of the characters or one of the villains, what the Immortal Joe. Remember he was kind of like an older, brittle type character, and they had him like kind of like propped up with like armor. Especially in like the remake they did, they had him like propped up with armor and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Hell, behind him was like a whole breathing machine, a whole different stuff. You know, he couldn't even really function with all that stuff on him.
Yep.
Immortal Joe. Even if he's dead and decaying from a distance and from the screen, from the big screen, everybody thinks he's immortal, powerful still, you know. You don't see what's going on behind the scenes when the green screens get cut off. You can hide and manipulate it for so long, but ultimately you can't do it forever. may do it for a season, for a time, a period, but not forever.
right? Ape driven.
Yeah, or the lizard part of the brain. The animalistic part of the brain, yeah.
I just watched a movie about an octopus. It was a pretty good movie. I cannot remember the name of it for nothing. My friend made me watch it. And so after it was over, then I looked it up because he said he had multiple something, and I was like, what did he say he had? Multiple hearts or brains? And so I looked it up, and it's brains. So they have a brain in their head, but each arm is like a separate brain. And so they have 9 brains, 8 arms, and then the brain in the head. And the arms can work individually with it. It was just really interesting. I have never looked into octopus like that. And I was like, okay, this is a good lesson for my granddaughter. I need to
Oh yeah,
go
no
over
doubt.
that with her.
Interesting creatures.
Yes.
Octopus, squids. Think of like
Really?
creatures like the giant squids or like different things like that that they spoke of.
Hmm. Ego.
That's it. It don't have to be true. It just has to be captivating and believable enough. Once that is planted in the subconscious and the ego, it will be with them. Yeah, no doubt. Very true.
Tribe said the octopus eye is almost identical to human eye.
Oh, that's even weirder. It's like a human's
Hmm.
looking back at you while it's doing all that octopus stuff. Man, oh, I bet. The hell, to have that many different brains, legs, whatever it all it can do, yeah. I imagine it has some
Hmm.
pretty good vision. I just kind of let them do their thing.
Aliens.
No. Hmm. Huh.
Oh,
Look at
wow.
the tiny things. Don't be dropping any rings. Don't be dropping any rings around the octopus is funny. They'll take them.
Well, they seem to be really good at hiding, I guess, to catch their whatever they live off of. I don't even know what they eat.
Shoot, they're eating good. I don't know, probably other small fish, different things.
Yeah.
Whatever they can get a hold of with their little octopus legs.
Hmm.
Try not to go deep enough in the water to have to worry about that interaction. Go face off with an octopus. Uh, it's got the home field advantage.
that what it was in Moana? Down in the bottom of the ocean that was collecting all the... Maybe.
Tell you. There you go. You want to find some treasure? Go near the octopus huts, the octopus layers.
Right?
Hire you a
Raven
team
took
and
that.
train a team of search and rescue octopus. You know, just have them go out, retrieve all the goodies.
Penguins are their bankers.
They run away. You ain't got to worry about finding them. They're gone. You know, they ain't coming back.
Will we ever know about the Antarctic? With the drones, I don't see how. I don't know.
Somebody have to book a trip down there and see what's down there. I think 300,000 will get me there. Check it out and see.
Yep.
Hopefully, it's not too cold to go live there. I don't know. Might be too cold to go live.
Are you not allowed to fly over the Antarctic?
I don't know. For 300K, that should cover everything. You know,
Yeah.
somebody will pay somebody off. You know, we'll get there. It's probably just be like in a shoddy old rickety plane just filled with like old used luggage and chicken crates. You know, a lot of chicken crates.
Cheryl's got a question.
If there was one thing you wanted to know the truth about, what would it be? Oh, I don't know. Probably can't speak on that. Probably can't speak about the unspeakables. I don't know if I could narrow it down to one question. You know, probably have to think about a lot of questions and then just ultimately come to one. And I look at it like whatever question gets answered, I think even if that get answered, it would just lead to more questions. You know, even with the answer of that one, it would just still lead to more questions. How do eels reproduce? The world may never know. I don't know if we've ever got that live documentation of the eels mating season. Let's see what she say. Outer space is water. Guess it's time for a swim. I guess it's time for an after hours broadcast swim. What does it say? Madison Square Garden has a train that will take you there. Set up a trip. It's like I'm going to Madison Square Gardens after all, Bunny. Operation New York Nick is in full effect.
There you go. Mars
Oh, no.
Lottery.
I feel pretty complete. I feel like I probably solved one world problem tonight, you know? What you think about it?
Definitely. No raisins in potato salad.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Don't do that unless you want to get excommunicated from the family circle. And there'll probably be that one person there that likes it. You know, they'll just excommunicate you and that one person that liked it. Y'all just have to create your own little family and events after that. Nobody wants that type of thing to happen. Save yourself the aggravation and the embarrassment. Do not put the raisins in the tater salad. For the love that is all that is holy in the confectionery world. Humans used to just experience things and observe the world as it is, but then the storyteller stepped in and humans began to believe the story and not the experience. Oh yeah, no doubt.
True.
Every day
Yeah.
you get a little bit further from that. You know, some see it, some don't see it, but ultimately, if you see it, you have to. It's like this. I don't know if there was a saying, but it's like once you know better, you pretty much have an obligation to do better. Acknowledge it, try to offset something. Uh, Knowing is not enough. You know, if knowing was all it was, shoot. Fortunately, no. Got to put in some type of work, some type of effort. It's definitely got to be reciprocal. You know. Sometimes it's just simply that. Sometimes you kind of get what you put in. Maybe not in the form that you thought you would, but maybe it's just a stepping stone to something else.
Reciprocal.
His story. Well, who knows? Who knows? Guess we got a high-speed train coming through the area. Maybe I could zip and zing through America faster than I ever thought I could. See how that turns out. They want to get a high-speed train to come down through here and connect the whole East Coast. Gotta love it.
My friend kept asking me if I've ever been on a train. And I forgot to ask her why she kept asking me that. Because we were talking so much, I would forget that she asked me that.
Sounds like y'all are going training. There you
That
go.
could be interesting.
Yep, no doubt. But let's see. I think I put the link in chat. I'll put it one more time if anybody wants to join the backstage for a little bit. But other than that, I appreciate everybody that tuned in, tuned out, checked in and checked out at some point. You know, nothing major, nothing too hot and heavy. Just just a little Sunday reflective, whatever that might have been. Sounds like we got a busy week coming up. You know, solar flares, moon flares, gravity. You know, sounds like it's going to be a busy week. Stay frosty, stay prepared to the best of your abilities. Stay prayed up, I guess. Whatever it is that you feel like you need to do. I don't think much is going to happen. I don't think any of y'all is going to float up into space anytime soon. But these days, you just never know. Just never know. Till the next time. Till the next episode. We out of here, y'all.
Appreciate y'all, chat.
Let's see here. Where's the button at?
Illuminati confirmed.
Oh, snap. Damn, I need the wrong button.